Chapter 102. As Mu Yu and Daoist Seven Birds clashed, sword energy shot out in all directions and dazzled everyone present. Was this really something a 15 or 16-year-old boy could do? They'd mustered a large force to come to the Falling Dust sect. They'd thought that a few shouts would be enough to make the Falling Dust sect's disciples tremble in fear and kneel down and surrender. Who would have thought that the Falling Dust sect wasn't as easy to deal with as the other sects? Daoist Seven Birds, who had the highest cultivation base among them, had been fighting Mu Yu for so long without a clear victor. If it had been anyone else, how could they possibly be a match for this young man in a one-on-one fight? Damn it! Attack! Seeing that Daoist Seven Birds couldn't take down Mu Yu in a short time, Ju Wenxing cursed inwardly. He waved his arm and ordered the others to charge at Chengyang and the others. Let them fight one-on-one. I'm your opponent. Chengyang blocked the path of 4 golden core cultivators who were about to assist Daoist Seven Birds. His sword light was as clear as water, and his flying sword encircled all 4 of them. He actually had the absolute upper hand. The rest of them all charged at Enshu. Enshu watched expressionlessly as the sword lights and treasures came crashing down on him. He tilted his head at Xiongnan and Lan Ling and said, "You two take down 2 each. If you can't, I'll give you something to replenish your bodies." Xiongnan and Lan Ling had thought that Enshu would be able to easily take down these crooked cultivators. They hadn't expected that Enshu wouldn't let them off so easily. They looked at each other helplessly, then summoned their flying swords and stopped 4 of them. The remaining 7 sent their flying swords, sabers, and staffs flying in all directions, blasting towards Enshu with overwhelming spiritual energy. Enshu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't move at all. A spiritual energy barrier appeared around him, knocking away all the magic treasures. His gaze was still fixed on Mu Yu, who was fighting Daoist Seven Birds, and he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. This person is just standing there and not fighting back. He's just defending. He's ignoring the attacks of so many people. Bai Liang looked at Enshu in shock. If it were him, it would be impossible for him to take such a leisurely stroll. He would have to use all his strength to block these attacks. He then looked at Chengyang. This person was younger than him, but his cultivation level was so much higher than his. He was able to fight 4 people with ease. In the distance, there was also Mu Yu, who was only at the first heavenly layer of the Golden Core stage, but he was on par with Daoist Seven Birds, who was renowned throughout the cultivation world. Xiongnan and Lan Ling weren't inferior either. What kind of sect was the Dustfall sect? The earthy yellow light exploded and thunder rumbled. Xiongnan figure carried a hint of thunder spirit in the dazzling light. He suddenly struck a person in the first firmament of the Golden Core realm. That person was overwhelmed. His hair stood on end, his face was charred black, and the lightning on his body was extinguished. He fell down in a daze. Next, Xiongnan yellow flying sword was solid and powerful. It sent another person in the first firmament of the Jindan realm flying. Xiongnan body also landed on the ground. He stepped on the chest of the unlucky person who had been struck by the dark firmament falling thunder, knocking him out. Then he turned and dodged to the right. Another person's sword chi came slashing at him, but he dodged it. The person lying on the ground was struck by his companion's sword chi. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "I didn't do this." Xiongnan scratched the back of his head. His sword flashed again, and an earthy yellow spirit chi enveloped the person in the air. He swung his flying sword forcefully, and the spirit chi connected his flying sword to the person in the air. The person didn't know what was going on, but he was already heavily smashed into a rock, shattering it. "Third senior brother, are you trying to kill us?" Kong Kong shouted. The person Xiongnan flung fell not far away from them. The rocks and debris smashed into Kong Kong and Meow Meow. The 2 of them were immediately covered in dust and looked battered and exhausted. "You guys should stay away. Anyway, I've already completed my task." Xiongnan clapped his hands disapprovingly and flicked the dust off his body. "There's more here," Enshu said calmly. He had maintained the spirit chi around him for so long, but it still didn't budge. On the other hand, those people were exhausted. "Ah!" Xiongnan face was sullen. Anshu had taken on more than 20 Jindan period cultivators by himself and didn't fight back. It seemed like he had left him for them to practice. Senior brother, why aren't you moving? Why are you dawdling? Xiongnan shouted at Cheng Yang. Look, these 4 people's cultivation levels aren't weak. I can't hold on much longer. Cheng Yan's body was as light as a swallow, and he didn't even pant. However, he couldn't restrain the 4 cultivators in the 3rd firmament of the Golden Core realm. It was as if he was playing a game of cat and mouse. Xiongnan curled his lips. Anshu always said that they had too little experience and needed constant practice. Anshu was giving them a chance to do so. However, Xiongnan was lazy by nature. He didn't like fighting and killing, but Anshu was always watching him and didn't let him relax. Cheng Yang was different. He was much more experienced than the others. Lan Ling-er's red flying sword had already taken down 2 Jindan period cultivators. She wasn't any slower than Xiongnan. Unlike Xiongnan, she loved fighting and killing. She turned around and jumped toward the cultivator above Anshu's head. Peacock spreads its tail. A peacock flew out of the fan of 7 birds. It stood proudly in the air and looked coldly at Mu Yu. Then, it screeched and rushed into Daoist 7 Bird's body. Daoist 7 Bird's back suddenly shone brightly. His gorgeous peacock tail feathers bloomed and shone brightly under the sun. Then, all the tail feathers turned into sharp arrows and shot toward Mu Yu. Peacock spreads its tail, my ass. How can an old man spread his tail like a peacock? Mu Yu cursed loudly. The names of the old baldy's moves were getting more and more tacky. He had heard these names when he was a child from the village chief's records of strange creatures stories. He used to think that they were very domineering, but after he got used to them, he always felt strange. Mu Yu's sword flashed again and shattered all the tail feathers. Daoist 7 Birds was shocked and furious. He still couldn't take down Mu Yu. Meanwhile, the others had already started fighting. 30 Jindan period cultivators were fighting against the 5 from the Falling Dust sect. Apart from the unfathomable Anshu, the other 4 youths were completely suppressing the Johua school cultivators. A few of them were already lying on the ground. Mu Yu was also very aggrieved. His swordsmanship countered Daoist 7 Birds' black fan in every way. However, it was an indisputable fact that Daoist 7 Birds' cultivation level was higher than his. He could use his swordsmanship to make up for the difference, but Daoist 7 Birds' strength wasn't enough to defeat him. The 2 entered a stalemate. Big brother Mu Yu, why isn't it over yet? It looks like you really need to nourish your body. Anshu is watching the whole thing calmly. I have a feeling he's going to give you some special training tomorrow. Kong Kong and Meow Meow were getting bored of waiting. They had already finished their bananas and were thinking about where to get some snacks when a sword was suddenly pressed against Kong Kong's neck. All of you, stop. If you don't surrender now, I'll kill him. Zhu Wenxing had appeared beside Kong Kong and Meow Meow at some point in time. He realized that the Falling Dust sect cultivators were toying with his people. The 5 of them had actually beaten everyone he had brought with him into a sorry state. This made him very angry. Cheng Yang finally sent the 4 people surrounding him flying with a kick. The others also put some distance between themselves and the Johua school cultivators. Mu Yu also retreated a few dozen feet. Everyone from the Falling Dust sect focused their gazes on Zhu Wenxing. He threatened Kong Kong? Cheng Yang furrowed his brows. Not only did he bully the weak and shameless, but he actually dared to threaten these 2 troublemakers. Xiongnan looked at Zhu Wenxing strangely. Good luck. Lan Ling-er stared at the sword on Kong Kong's neck with interest. I have a feeling something's going to happen. Mu Yu slapped his forehead. To Zhu Wenxing's surprise, the people from the Falling Dust sect didn't panic in the slightest when they saw him threatening 2 helpless children. Instead, their gazes were filled with anticipation, as if they were waiting for a good show. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but how was this possible? What could 2 kids under the age of 12 possibly do to him? He composed himself and laughed at himself for thinking too much, and then he said, all of you listen carefully. If you don't allow yourself to be captured today, then once my master, Daoist Johua, arrives, He'll definitely annihilate your entire sec. If you dare to resist, I'll kill these 2 kids. Meow meow, someone's threatening Big Brother. Kong Kong flicked the sword on his neck with his little hand, his face tense. Little brother, what should we do? I'm so scared. Meow meow held Kong Kong's hand. Both of you, shut up. Before Zhu Wanxing could say shut up, a strange feeling came from the tip of the sword. Then, Zhu Wanxing was shocked to find that his whole body was itching. He wanted to circulate his spiritual energy to stop the itch, but the more he circulated his spiritual energy, the more obvious the itch became. His whole body trembled and he couldn't hold the flying sword in his hand. It fell to the ground with a clink. It's itchy, isn't it? Ha ha, idiot. Kong Kong jumped up excitedly and picked up the flying sword that Zhu Wanxing had dropped on the ground. Zhu Wanxing scratched all over his body. He was terrified and wanted to snatch the sword back, but he really couldn't resist the itch. He kept scratching and even scratched his own skin. Such a great trick can only bully an outsider. What a pity. Meow Meow shook her head. Kong Kong and Meow Meow didn't have any cultivation, but when people looked down on them, they knew what the consequences were. They didn't have any cultivation and were always causing trouble. They didn't even have to worry about falling off cliffs. How could ordinary kids compare to them? If they didn't have any means to protect themselves, would the other people in the falling dust sect let them cause trouble? Boom. Kong Kong and Meow Meow's doo-doo suddenly emitted a golden light. The domineering aura accurately hit Zhu Wanxing's body. Before Zhu Wanxing could react, he was sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. Because he couldn't gather any spiritual energy, this attack directly knocked him unconscious. Red spots appeared all over his body, making him look very strange. These two's talcum powder even made fun of Enshu. Mu Yu shivered. It wasn't just Enshu. In the sect, other than their master, they used this powder on everyone. These two had nothing to do every day, so they followed their master to wander around his herb garden. They even secretly pulled out the joy grass behind their master's back. The joy grass was a kind of medicine that their master planted to relieve pain. If too much of it was used, it would cause the whole body to itch. The faster the spiritual energy flowed, the more obvious the itch would be. At first, they only did it to disturb other people's cultivation. Later, their master found out. Instead of scolding them, their master gathered the joy grass powder on their doo-doo. The doo-doo that their master gave them wasn't a simple treasure. This doo-doo was quite spiritual and could sense the hostility of the outside world. Normally, they would absorb spiritual energy slowly. Once they encountered danger, they would condense the absorbed spiritual energy to protect them from harm. The powder of the joy grass would quietly spread. Except for themselves, all living creatures within a 3-meter radius would be filled with an itchy feeling. Xiong Nan didn't believe it at first, so he asked Kong Kong to take off his doo-doo. He stabbed it with his sword, and then his expression changed drastically. His whole body was itchy. He still remembered that feeling of living a life worse than death. Therefore, when Zhu Wanxing targeted Kong Kong with hostility, no one panicked. This was because they knew that Kong Kong's doo-doo had a hidden mechanism. It could sense hostility and release the joy grass powder. To relieve the itch, one had to take immortal moon grass. In order to prevent these two from causing trouble, everyone in the falling dust sect had taken immortal moongrass before, so they were immune for life. Oh, the talcum powder in this doo-doo can't be used for 7 days. Meow Meow touched her doo-doo unhappily. The two of them called the joy grass powder talcum powder. It's okay. Master didn't just equip us with doo-doo, Kong Kong said as he scratched his butt. Everyone in the Zhouhua school looked at the two children in surprise. This development didn't seem right. How could 2 weak children defeat Zhu Wanxing, who was at the 4th firmament of the Golden Core realm? When did these two immature brats from the falling dust sect become so powerful? Sigh, if only I could use the joy grass. It's such a good thing. Xiong Nan looked at Zhu Wanxing, who was lying on the ground, with pity. Then you should wear your doo-doo too. Mu Yu smiled. The joy grass powder would only work on people who were unprepared. When they were fighting with others, the spirit chi would leak out, and the joy grass powder would be scattered in the blink of an eye. Therefore, It was not very useful to them. As for Kong Kong and Meow Meow, they looked harmless. Who would be wary of them? The leader is unconscious. What do we do about the rest? Lan Ling glanced at the others. There were only 7 people left in the Johua school who were still standing, including Daoist 7 Birds, who had the highest cultivation level, and Reverend Boa, who hadn't made a move after being slapped by Mu Yu. Let's call it a day. And Shu's figure suddenly turned into several after-images as he shuttled through the Johua school. The Johua school disciples were just about to make a move when they felt a sharp pain in their necks and lost consciousness. Daoist 7 Birds never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to fight back in front of Shu. He let out a final cry of surprise before his body went limp. Shu, who was at the 9th firmament of the Golden Core realm, was actually this terrifying. Chapter 103. What about the 2 of you? Shu looked at the 2 from Chingsong School who were trying to join in the fun. They were shocked by the situation before them. Shu still hadn't shown any strength. The Luo Chen sect is really admirable. Sorry for offending you today. Goodbye. Bai Liang laughed loudly. The 33 Jindan period cultivators from Johua School had already been dealt with. How could the 2 of them be enough? Qing Mai was still looking at Cheng Yang. She asked softly, "Can we talk in private?" Cheng Yang smiled and shook his head. "There's nothing to talk about between us." "I'm sorry." "Coward!" Qing Mai shouted with reddened eyes. She then flew up into the sky and left without looking back. Cheng Yang looked at Qing Mai's back, his heart filled with melancholy. "Senior Boyang, are you okay?" Mu Yu ran over to help the dying Boyang Daoren up. Boyang Daoren forced a smile. He had seen everything that had happened to the Luo Chen sect today. He now knew why the Luo Chen sect was last. It wasn't because they were weak, but because they didn't want to fight. It's a pity that things have changed. Boyang Daoren looked at Reverend Boa on the ground and shook his head. One of his arms was already crippled. He was afraid that his strength would be greatly reduced in the future. He didn't even have a home now. Qiantian School had changed its name. He couldn't go back. The only thing he could rely on was the Luo Chen sect. But even if the Luo Chen sect was willing to take him in, why would he choose to stay? If he stayed in the Luo Chen sect, he would be worse than a basic disciple. What would his identity be if he stayed? Mu Yu, take Boyang Daoren to treat his injuries. The rest of you, lock up this group of people. Johua School won't let this go so easily. We'll take these people as hostages, Shu said. Where should we lock them up? Xiong Nan asked. Their falling dust sect didn't have many rooms, so it probably wouldn't be enough for all of them. Just ask Elder Zun to set up a spirit-suppressing formation. Shu went up the mountain without looking back. Why do we have to do all the hard work again? Xiong Nan complained. For the next few days, Chingsong School didn't come to stir up trouble, and Johua School didn't even know that one of its students had been detained by the Luo Chen School. 33 Jindan period Shouja, no matter which sect they went to, they would be swept away. Who would have thought that they would fall in the sect that had the least number of people and was looked down upon by others? Reverend Johua thought that these 33 people were only delayed outside. As for the 33 people who were detained, Elder Zun used 4 purple gold spirit stones to set up a spirit-suppressing formation. He lamented that it was such a waste to use such precious stones to imprison these people. The Johua school students, led by Ju Wenxing, were all cultivators during the Jindan period. They wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat for a month. However, Mu Yu was still very kind and gave them some food that Shu had cooked. That's right. Shu had personally cooked to give these prisoners warmth. The prisoners ate until their eyes were brimming with tears. Just thinking about it made them feel a little touched. Elder Zun had been busy setting up the dragon-seeking formation for the past few days. Shu actually managed to get him 5 precious items: ancient evergreen wood, black sea chen ice, ancient spirit fire, meteoric iron, and frozen rock. Shu was also a very mysterious person. He had always hidden his cultivation level and never mentioned where he came from, let alone how he got these items. The dragon-seeking formation wasn't a simple formation. Once the formation base was formed, it needed to be carved out with spiritual power. This was something that Elder Zun couldn't do alone. Thus, Anshu had been helping Elder Zun carve the formation at Luochen Cliff. Mu Yu would often join in the fun. Looking at the white marks formed by spiritual power on the ground, Mu Yu felt that it was very mysterious. It wasn't his first time dealing with formations. Back at Mount Fulong, they were trapped by Mu Yumeng's 5 elements escape formation. Thus, he couldn't help but learn about formations from Elder Zun. According to ancient records, Mu Yumeng was proficient in the 5 elements escape formation. In order to break the 5 elements escape formation, we developed the 8 trigrams formation. Taiji gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams were divided into Qiannan, Kuan, Lidong, Kanchi, Dui, Northeast Zhun, Southwest Zun, and Northwest General. Different formations can be derived from the 8 positions. At the same time, they also correspond to the 5 elements. Qian is heaven, Dui is lake, named gold, Zhen is thunder, Zun is wind, named wood, Kuan is earth, Zhen is mountain, named earth, Kan is water, Li is fire. Elder Zun had Anshu place the Black Sea Chen Bing, which was emitting a cold aura, in the Kanchi position. This Black Sea Chen Bing was dark blue and was a fist-sized ice soul. The bone-chilling cold could freeze someone if they were careless, so Elder Zun didn't dare to touch it. Is the 5 elements escape formation stronger or the 8 trigrams formation stronger? Mu Yu pointed at the 10,000-year evergreen wood. A rich vitality came from the evergreen wood as if it was an ancient tree that had been sleeping for 10,000 years. This made Mu Yu very excited. It's actually hard to say. The 5 elements escape formation and the 8 trigrams formation are connected to a certain extent. It's still too difficult for us to use the 5 elements escape formation compared to Mu Yumeng. Thus, the formations we carve are all derived from the 8 trigrams formation. Elder Zun asked Uncle An to draw a line in the northwest direction. Then, he placed the sparkling and translucent permafrost rock down. The frozen rock earth was like a crystal, simple and solid. Under the sunlight, it reflected a gorgeous light. Mu Yumeng can control the terrain and make people lose their sense of direction. Can the 8 trigrams formation do the same? Mu Yu curiously stared at the cluster of red ancient spirit fire. It was placed in a strange box, but it didn't ignite. It was really strange. It can. However, once the 8 trigrams formation is set, it won't change. As for the 5 elements escape formation, because of Mu Yumeng's talent, they can change the direction of the formation at any time. In other words, Mu Yumeng's formation can be moved. Elder Zun also placed the golden meteoric iron back in place. Is it almost done? Mu Yu saw that the 5 formation bases were set up and thought that it should be done soon. This formation used spiritual power to carve over 1,000 lines, and it took an entire 3 days. We need to wait until noon, Anshu suddenly said. Elder Zun was surprised. Lord An also knows about formations. When Elder Zun and Anshu stayed at Luochen Cliff for the past few days, most of the time, it was very awkward. Anshu was cold and didn't say anything. He just followed Elder Zun's instructions. Elder Zun couldn't do anything about it. He would only say a few words when Mu Yu came. I don't know, but I've seen it before, Anshu said simply. Although Mu Yu was very curious about where Anshu had seen it before, he tactfully didn't ask. Trying to get information from Anshu was harder than ascending to the heavens. He raised his head and looked at the sun. There were still 2 hours until noon. How's Boyang Daoren? Anshu asked. Mu Yu shook his head. I've been treating his injuries for the past few days. He's seriously injured, and he's missing an arm. I'm afraid that his cultivation will drop greatly in the future. Qiantian School had suffered a great calamity, and the sect had been taken over by Zhohua School. However, according to Boyang Daoren, Hong Yang was secretly rescued by Hao Yingjun when she was in trouble. Jiyu Etian had also left Qiantian School a long time ago, and his whereabouts were unknown. Mu Yu felt a little regretful. He still had a battle with Jiyu Etian. Now that he had stepped into the Jindan period, this battle could only wait until Jiu Etian entered the Jindan period. When we first came to the Moyun mountain range, it was Boyang Daoren who helped the sect master establish the Luo Chen sect. Take good care of him, Anshu said. Mu Yu nodded. Boyang Daoren also knew that Feng Haochen had been missing for many days, but he didn't have any clues. Boyang Daoren's complexion had recovered a little in the past few days, but he was still very weak. Anshu, what if Jiuhua School and Qingsong School come again? I'm afraid that with your strength, Qingsong Taoist and Jiuhua Taoist master will come personally, Mu Yu said. Anshu stood up and said indifferently, then let's wait for them to come. I'll go cook first. Masterin, let me do it. Old Zun quickly stood up and said. You rest, I'll be back later, Anshu said without any hesitation and left Luo Chen Cliff. Old Zun's face was full of reverence. He also knew about the matter a few days ago. He didn't expect that the Jindan period cultivators, who used to be insufferably arrogant, would all be captured by Anshu. When he heard this news, he almost couldn't believe his ears. 33 Jindan period cultivators used to be arrogant and bossy in the academy, and Old Zun didn't dare to slight them in the slightest. However, in front of Anshu, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Old Zun finally understood that the Luo Chen sect was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Whether it was the hidden formations or the people, they were all hidden very well. Young Master Mu Yu, I heard that you also fought to a draw with Daoist 7 Birds, who is at the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm? Old Zun asked in disbelief. He also knew of Daoist 7 Birds. In fact, Old Zun had seen many famous people in the cultivation world and had served them before. Daoist 7 Birds had a violent temper and was very difficult to serve. I told you not to call me young master. What a strange way of addressing me. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Old Zun smiled. You let me join the Luo Chen sect, which can be considered as fulfilling my lifelong wish. However, compared to everyone in the Luo Chen sect, I'm so lowly. Back then, I also said that I would be your servant after joining the Luo Chen sect. Only with this status can I stay with a clear conscience and not be completely useless. Our Luo Chen sect doesn't have a hierarchy. If there is one, I'm afraid it's only Master and Anshu. Everyone else is just a noisy family. I hope you don't treat us as outsiders. We're used to living a poor life. We're not used to being addressed as young masters. You can just treat us as juniors. My senior brothers and sisters won't mind. Now that we want to find Master, we still have to rely on you, so you're our hope now. Why would anyone mind your cultivation? If we valued cultivation from the beginning, why would they let you stay? Old Zun nodded with emotion. After groveling in front of cultivators his entire life, he finally didn't have to endure the cold shoulder after joining the Luo Chen sect. Everyone in the Luo Chen sect was very easygoing and treated him as one of their own. How could he humiliate himself again? Now that he could finally straighten his back, he understood that some respect should be kept in the heart and didn't need to be expressed verbally. Chapter 104. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Mu Yu asked curiously. This mountain protection array was definitely set up by his master. He couldn't wait to learn more about his master. Perhaps he could rely on this to find out his master's whereabouts. Do you know why I set up the dragon-seeking array at Luo Dusty Cliff? Luo Dusty Cliff has a spirit-gathering array that is rich in spirit chi and can assist the dragon-seeking array. Of course, that's not all. I found out that Luo Dusty Cliff itself is the array core of the entire mountain protection array. I feel that there must be some secret hidden under the Luo Dusty Cliff. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low and I can't explore it. Elder Zun said with some regret. What secret is under the Luo Dusty Cliff? Mu Yu frowned. He had been here for more than 2 years and had never heard of any secret under the Luo Dusty Cliff. If it wasn't for Elder Zun, who was proficient in arrays, he probably wouldn't have found out in his lifetime. Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have the earth burrowing technique. If we had the ability like Tuyuming, it would be great. Elder Zun chuckled. If they wanted to explore the secret under the Luo Dusty Cliff, they would have to dig deep underground. However, they would also destroy the spirit-gathering array, which was extremely not worth it. Mu Yu looked at the old banyan tree at the edge of the Luo Dusty Cliff. This old banyan tree had been growing for many years. He wondered if he could borrow its roots to take a look. It was also strange. Mu Yu had never merged with this banyan tree. Usually, when he was cultivating alone at Luo Dusty Cliff, he was worried that the two troublemakers would be scared when they saw him coming out from the tree. Therefore, he didn't have any plans to merge with the old banyan tree. You said that this array can attack everyone in the mountain. How do you do it? If he could control the mountain that Elder Zun mentioned, then the next time the enemy invaded, he could just use the array to throw them out. It would save him the trouble of doing it himself. Elder Zun shook his head. The array base that provides support for this array should be here. I still need time to find out where the array core is. The array core was the effect of controlling the array. If this array was set up by Feng Haochen, then he was probably the only one who knew where the array core was. Kong Kong quickly came over to call the two of them to eat. He looked at Elder Zun with hidden bitterness. Today's meal wasn't prepared by Elder Zun. For the past 2 days, Elder Zun had been the one to cook. His cooking skills were much better than Enshu's, so it was a rare opportunity for the others to improve their meals. Therefore, when Kong Kong saw the table full of charred things, he was like a resentful woman who was alone in an empty room. Can you cook another meal later? Kong Kong quietly asked Elder Zun. Elder Zun said helplessly, Lorden has something to do later. Can I make dinner for you? Enshu sat on the other side, burying his head in his food and not saying anything. Kong Kong was thinking about where to hunt for a hare to fill his stomach when Meow Meow said, why don't we give the food to those prisoners? Master said that we have to be humane when dealing with prisoners. They didn't have breakfast, so they must be starving. Kong Kong hurriedly agreed, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. The two of them couldn't wait to take away the 2 plates of charred things on the table. The others had unconcealable smiles on their faces. Giving Enshu's food to the prisoners was the most inhumane thing to do. Everyone ate a few mouthfuls and pretended to be full. Enshu didn't know how to take care of people. Usually, it was Feng Haochen who took care of them. Therefore, when the sect leader went missing, they would go hunting in the back of the mountain every day. It's almost noon, Enshu said to Elder Zun, then put down his chopsticks and walked out. Everyone also impatiently threw away the chopsticks in their hands, as if the chopsticks were some kind of monster that they wanted to avoid. When Enshu was around, apart from the 2 arrogant fellows, no one dared to reject Enshu's food. If anyone did, Enshu would make them cultivate even harder. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Apart from the 2 melon dolls who brought warmth to the prisoners, everyone else from the Falling Dust sect gathered at Falling Dust Cliff. We need this aura to use the dragon searching formation to find people. Did you get the right clothes for the sect leader? Elder Zun confirmed the lines of the dragon searching formation again. He had never set up such a complicated formation before. His heart was in a mess, and he wasn't very confident about the dragon searching formation. Enshu held a neatly folded set of clothes in his hands. They were washed until they were white, and there were even patches in some places. This made Elder Zun wonder if this set of clothes was actually worn by a sect leader. It looked even more shabby than the grey disciples of the academy. Remember, carefully recall the sect leader's appearance later. That way, you can more accurately sense his location. Also, no matter what happens, you must hold on. If you can't hold on, your life will be in danger. This isn't a joke. The dragon searching formation is very unstable, and the pressure it exerts on the formation is very great, Elder Zun warned solemnly. Everyone's expression was very serious. Master wasn't here, so Enshu was their pillar of support. If something happened to Enshu, everything would be over. I understand. Enshu didn't have any expression on his face. This was the only way to find the sect leader. Even if it was dangerous, he had to give it a try. Enshu wouldn't let anyone else take the risk of guiding the formation, so he was the only one who could do it. Elder Zun asked Enshu to sit in the center of the dragon-searching formation. The dragon-searching formation was densely packed and formed an 8 trigrams formation. The center was occupied by the 5 elements' rare treasures. The lines of spiritual power filled the ground and slowly flowed like flowing water. Under the guidance of the 5 elements' rare treasures, they flickered with white light. The mysterious formation patterns were faintly discernible and looked very peculiar. Noon is approaching. The dragon-searching formation is more effective when the sun is at its strongest. I'll activate the formation then. Elder Zun saw Enshu sitting cross-legged on the ground with the sect leader's clothes on his knees. Everything was ready. Elder Zun guided one of the lines of the formation to another line and immediately retreated. The dragon-searching formation suddenly lit up, and the white light shone brightly. The engraved lines gathered by spiritual power flowed faster and faster. A purple light lit up from Uncle An's body. Uncle An snorted and closed his eyes. The purple light followed all the lines of spiritual power and moved from one position of the 8 trigrams formation to another position. The cycle repeated itself. Immediately after, 5 rays of light lit up. The meteoric iron flickered with a golden light, the evergreen wood flickered with a green light, the black sea chen bing flickered with a blue light, the ancient spirit fire flickered with a red light, and the frozen rock flickered with an earthy yellow light. The 5 rare treasures shone their light on Enshu's body, illuminating Enshu's body in a gorgeous and colorful light. Enshu raised his head and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a strange purple light. A purple light shot into the sky from his eyes. A terrifying aura came from the dragon-searching formation. The ground of Luo Chen Cliff actually started to shake slowly. Everyone looked at Enshu in bewilderment. This kind of abnormal fluctuation was too terrifying. It was something they had never seen before. Even when facing a nascent soul cultivator, they didn't feel this way. Elder Zun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen steps. He almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, Muyu caught him in time. "Are you all right?" Elder Zun asked. "I can't withstand this aura." Elder Zun's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. His cultivation was too low. He was only in the chi refinement stage. Facing such a terrifying fluctuation, he didn't have any power to resist. Muyu and the others had the strength of the Jindan period, so they could barely withstand this aura. Muyu quickly used his own aura to protect Elder Zun. Only then did Elder Zun's complexion improve. Elder Zun didn't expect the dragon-searching formation to have such terrifying spiritual power. He didn't have the ability to set up this formation in the past, so he didn't know the true power of this dragon-searching formation. Within the formation, Enshu's body suddenly trembled. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The purple light on his body also dimmed. Did something go wrong? Muyu asked in shock. Black shadows appeared in the dragon-searching formation, and they quickly streaked past Enshu. Those black shadows were moving too fast. No one knew where they came from. Every time those black shadows streaked past Enshu's body, Enshu would tremble. It was very worrying. Those are the wraiths of heaven and earth. Don't provoke them. You're just a consciousness that's wandering between heaven and earth. Don't be bewitched by them. Otherwise, you won't be able to return, Elder Zun shouted. Those who died unjustly had their souls unwilling to dissipate after death. They wandered the world and over time became the wraiths of heaven and earth. These wraiths couldn't do anything to living things. But once someone's consciousness left their body, they would see these wraiths. If that person's willpower wasn't strong enough, they would be devoured by the wraiths of heaven and earth. The wraiths of heaven and earth would then use that person's body to be reborn. It was unknown if Enshu heard Elder Zun's voice. His face was getting paler, and blood was flowing out from his ears. His body seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. "Elder Zun, why is Enshu like this?" Chengyang asked in a deep voice. Elder Zun was also puzzled. He carefully looked at the formation, and then his expression changed. It's the formation base. The power of the formation base isn't enough. These 5 rare treasures seem to have been used several times. Their power doesn't seem to be enough to support this time. Several times. How can this be? Mu Yu frowned. He didn't know where Enshu found these 5 rare treasures. They had been used before and weren't in perfect condition. Could it be that Enshu had used them to set up the dragon-searching formation? Elder Zun said with a face full of self-blame, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't carefully check the power contained in them. I thought they were complete. I couldn't distinguish them." Elder Zun's cultivation was too low, and it was also his first time seeing these 5 rare treasures. He didn't know their specific situation, which was why he made such a mistake. At this moment, it wasn't time to find out who was at fault. Instead, it was time to think of a way to salvage this dangerous situation. Mu Yu hurriedly asked, "Then, can you make Enshu stop?" Elder Zun shook his head. "Unless Lord An can get rid of these wraiths and return his consciousness to his body in time." However, at this moment, Enshu's body slowly stabilized. The black shadows around him began to dissipate. They didn't dare to approach Enshu. Enshu's body emitted an even stronger power, which dispersed the black shadows. Then, the purple light in Enshu's eyes intensified. The purple light rushed into the sky and dyed the clouds purple. "Hey, Lord An seems to be fine. Wait, the formation base of the dragon-searching formation seems to have been filled up by a huge surge of power. Where did this power come from? Could it be the mountain protection formation?" Elder Zun said with joy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't have time to rejoice because a thunderous voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Luochen mountain. "Little Luochen, come out and greet me when you see me." This voice was like rolling thunder, causing the entire Luochen mountain to tremble slightly. A huge pressure swept over. This spiritual power was definitely not something that existed during the Jindan period. Chapter 105. Everyone's expression changed. Perfected Johua had come looking for Enshu while he was using the dragon-searching formation. When it rains, it pours. Perfected Johua was not like Ju Wunxing and the rest. He was a true nascent soul supremacy. A nascent soul supremacy's cultivation was no joke. "What should we do?" Lan Ling asked anxiously. They were all in the Jindan period. Enshu, who was in the 9th firmament of the Golden Core realm, could deal with the Jindan period students brought by Johua school. However, no matter how powerful they were no match for a nascent soul supremacy. Chengyan's expression was grave. Enshu was still in the dragon-searching formation, so he could only take on the responsibility of being the eldest senior brother. He made a prompt decision. "Mu Yu, you stay here and take care of Enshu. Ling and Xiong Nan, we'll go out and see if we can hold him back." Mu Yu nodded. Chengyang was naturally the one to take care of this situation. He was very experienced in dealing with people. However, everyone knew that if Perfected Johua decided to use force, even Chengyang would be helpless. Enshu's life might even be in danger. "Elder Zun, why didn't Enshu's purple light attract Perfected Johua?" Mu Yu asked curiously. Elder Zun said, "This purple light can only be seen when one is close to the formation. It can't be seen outside of Luochen Mountain. If only we knew how to activate our Luochen sect's mountain guarding formation. We just need to ensure master and safety." Mountain guarding formation, yes. Elder Zun had been guessing the power of this mountain guarding formation. However, his cultivation was too low, so he could not verify it himself. If the mountain guarding formation was really as powerful as Elder Zun said, then perhaps they could give it a try. "Elder Zun, go check on those people from Johua School. Don't let them escape. We need to take them as hostages. Also, find Kong Kong and Meow Meow. Tell them not to run around," Mu Yu said. "Okay." Elder Zun left Luochen Cliff under Mu Yu's protection. Mu Yu glanced at Enshu before he turned around and rushed into the banyan tree. He wanted to see if he could find the array core of this mountain-protecting Grand Array. The roots of the banyan tree were deeply rooted in Luochen Cliff. As soon as Mu Yu entered the tree, he couldn't wait to go to the roots. His consciousness followed the banyan tree as it circled around the roots, looking for some abnormal places. The roots of the banyan trees penetrated deeply into the mountain. They were searching for water in the mountain. Mu blended into the roots and was surrounded by darkness. He could only rely on the perception of the roots to determine the surrounding situation. However, the old banyan tree told Mu that there was a place underground where the spirit chi was very dense. The roots of the old banyan tree tried to grow there as much as possible. There's a chance. Mu also quickly moved in that direction. The surroundings were filled with soil and rocks, which kept pressing down on the roots. The roots of this banyan tree were bigger than its tree body. They were coiled up and densely extended with many roots. Mu moved in the roots for a while. Gradually, he felt a sense of excitement and intimacy from the roots of the banyan tree. There seemed to be something in front of the roots that was very attractive to them. Mu saw a light. A circular space with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared in front of him. The roots of the banyan tree surrounded this spherical space. They rushed like ducks but didn't go any further. In the center of the space, there was a cloud of white fog. There seemed to be something strange wrapped in it. What a dense spirit chi! Mu looked at the cloud of fog in amazement. There seemed to be something floating in it. No wonder the roots of the tree extended in this direction. Trees also liked the nourishment of spirit chi. It was more beneficial for their growth than water. However, they seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't go any further. Therefore, they could only surround this spherical space. What the hell is this? Mu slowly stretched out his hand and wanted to enter the space. However, he was blocked by an invisible force and couldn't go any further. Mu estimated his route and found that the cloud of fog was about 20 meters below the Luo Chen cliff. When Mu understood this thing from the instinctive feedback of the banyan tree, he was surprised. This cloud of fog had already existed here for more than 10 years. There seemed to be some kind of life being nurtured in the fog. It was emitting a strong life force. It's a waste to leave so much spirit chi here. Mu knew what was blocking him. It was pure spirit chi. The dense spirit chi formed a barrier. He could vaguely see the situation inside. Mu estimated that the spirit chi here was 1,000 times denser than the spirit gathering array that Elder Zun laid down with the purple gold spirit stone. There was actually such a rich spirit chi space hidden under the Luo Chen cliff. Could this be the array base of the mountain protecting array? Mu controlled his roots to touch the barrier. Even if he found the array base of the mountain protecting array, it was useless. He didn't understand how this array worked. Perhaps there was some array core in the surroundings. However, the banyan tree's roots didn't have any abnormalities in other places. Mu was hesitating. Suddenly, Mu Ling ran out from his universe-hiding sleeve. Under Mu's astonished gaze, it passed through the barrier and quietly stopped above the cloud of fog. This broken sword was filled with big and small holes. It looked like it had been bitten by insects. Mu had almost forgotten that he had such a sword. This sword was given to him by Mu's old tree. If he wanted to repair the holes, he needed to use his life force to do so. This made Mu feel very repulsed. Ever since he came back, he had gradually forgotten that Mu Ling was hidden in his shadow-splitting sword. He didn't expect it to run over today. At this moment, the broken sword was actually slowly absorbing the spirit chi. Mu noticed that the small hole on the sword tip seemed to have healed. Sufficient spirit chi could also heal Mu Ling. The cloud of fog discovered an unfamiliar, uninvited guest. It actually trembled violently. Then, it slowly condensed into the shape of the broken sword and slashed at the broken sword. The broken sword was not to be outdone. The two broken swords clashed as if there was no one around. It was obvious that the cloud of fog wanted to chase the broken sword away. Hey! It has become a spirit. Mu opened his mouth in shock. The two swords clashed. Mu couldn't control it. He could only watch from the side. The cloud of fog soon discovered that something was wrong. Every time it clashed with the broken sword would absorb its spirit chi. Then, the more it fought, the stronger it became. In the end, the cloud of fog couldn't withstand the broken sword's attacks. It hurriedly left the battle and stopped in midair. It seemed to be confronting the broken sword. Hey, I say, you two damn things. Although we're not normal, at least I'm still human. You should at least give me an explanation for your fight. Muyu said loudly. He didn't care if the broken sword and the cloud of fog could understand him. The hole on the broken sword's body suddenly seemed to release a huge suction force. All the spirit chi in the surroundings was sucked in. Muyu discovered that the barrier blocking him had disappeared. He came out from the roots and stepped into this space. The rich spirit chi immediately enveloped him. The spiritual energy here was very rich, but it was also very violent. If one were to cultivate here, it wouldn't have any effect. This was because one would first have to filter the spiritual energy to be absorbed more gently so that it could be used for oneself. On the other hand, moderating the violent spiritual energy would waste more time. The cloud of fog saw that the situation wasn't good. It wanted to escape through the gap behind it. However, the broken sword's suction force was even stronger. In the end, the cloud of fog was sucked away, revealing its true appearance. It was a round egg. It was silver white and as big as a plate. At least, Muyu thought it was an egg and not a rock. After all, it had a spirit, didn't it? Just as it was about to be sucked in by the broken sword, the egg drilled directly towards Muyu. Muyu subconsciously grabbed the strange egg. Help me. A message for help appeared in Muyu's mind. It was actually sent by the egg. Oh, then you better stop, broken sword. Wait, why should I help you? Muyu blinked. He was just casually shouting at the broken sword. The broken sword probably wouldn't listen to him. Because you're handsome. The strange egg's message this time made Muyu's jaw drop. What are you talking about? Muyu looked up at the broken sword with satisfaction. Did you hear that? It's so honest. Don't hurt it. Muyu actually didn't expect the broken sword to understand him. He hadn't used Mu Ling before. However, the broken sword seemed to understand. The suction force from the hole in its body disappeared. Then, without a word, it drilled back into Muyu's chenkuan bag. Although it said it didn't make a sound, it actually didn't know how to speak. What the hell are you? Why are you so honest? Muyu asked, puzzled. I am a very handsome baby. The strange egg broke free from Muyu's hand and floated in the air. What it said made Muyu unsure whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. Maybe it'll be an ugly duckling when it hatches. Anyway, it's not human, Muyu muttered. You can drill into trees, but you're not human. I am. You're not. I am. You're not. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cook you tonight and eat a boiled egg. The strange egg didn't reply. Muyu thought it was frightened, but the strange egg asked, "What's a boiled egg?" Muyu remembered that he didn't come here to quarrel with the strange egg. There was an enemy outside who wanted to denounce him. He hurriedly asked, "How did you appear here? Are you the array corps of our Luochen Mountains protective array?" "What array corps? I don't know. That white-bearded old man asked me to block the spirit chi here. Anyway, I've been absorbing spirit chi to sleep every day. It's pretty good. Why did you bring that piece of junk here?" The strange egg asked unhappily. "White-bearded old man? Is his name Feng Haochen?" Muyu asked. "No, he said his name is Chen Feng. That old man is amazing. He actually found a spirit chi and even let me block it with my butt for free." The strange egg spun around. "Chen Feng? Sword Shadow Chen Feng. What's a spirit chi?" Muyu sized up the strange egg. He didn't know which end was the strange egg's butt. There was no difference between the two ends. However, since it said the two words Chen Feng, it was undoubtedly his master. "Why are you so stupid? You don't even know what a spirit chi is. Where do you think all the spirit chi in this world comes from? Of course, it's all produced by a spirit chi. Look, there's a spirit chi behind my butt." The strange egg moved its body. There, a white hole the size of a bowl appeared. The white hole was pure white. It didn't give off any feeling of light. It was just white. The surrounding space seemed to be squeezed until it was deformed. Formless spirit chi violently surged out from the white hole. However, the spirit chi didn't spread out. It was still surrounded by the tree roots, and the strange egg was constantly absorbing the spirit chi. What else did the white-bearded old man do? Mu Yu hurriedly asked. The spirit chi eye floated in the air. It could only be seen from the front. Mu Yu circled to the back of the white hole and couldn't see the white hole anymore. Oh, that's right. The white-bearded old man seemed to have set up some kind of formation to trap the spirit chi here. He didn't let the violent spirit chi here escape. He even used some methods to guide some of the spirit chi outside. He said something about the violent spirit chi hindering cultivation. Anyway, it was something that happened more than 10 years ago. After he dug a hole and threw me here, he never came down again. It's really depressing. The strange egg shook its body and tried to stuff its butt into the white hole. However, with a pu sound, it was bounced away. Aya, did I get fat recently? Why can't I block my butt? Let me try using my head. The strange egg changed direction, but it was still bounced away. In Mu Yu's eyes, there was no difference between its head and butt. Chapter 106. I can't control it. Only the old man knows how to control it. The strange egg's words disappointed Mu Yu. Then what's the point of you being here? It's so quiet here. Aren't you bored? Mu Yu asked. If he was trapped in this place for more than 10 years, he would probably go crazy. There's so much spirit chi here. I'm not greedy when it comes to absorbing spirit chi. The violent spirit chi doesn't affect me. The old man said it can help me break this eggshell faster. It's not so boring to sleep every day. The strange egg spun around in the air. It didn't care about Mu Yu's words at all. Mu Yu felt rather helpless. She didn't know where her master had gotten this strange egg from, but she had even thrown it into some spiritual chi well. She had been trapped there for more than 10 years, but this fellow was still willing to do so. Strange egg, there's a very powerful person causing trouble outside. He wants to destroy this mountain. When that happens, you won't be able to absorb any spirit chi. Do you have any way to stop him? Mu Yu asked anxiously. Daoist Zhouhua was a nascent soul cultivator. He could destroy a sect with a wave of his hand. He thought that since his master had the ability to protect this precious spirit chi and even put an egg here, maybe this egg had some way to protect this mountain. However, when he looked at the strange egg that didn't have a head and tail, he immediately extinguished this idea. It was just a small thing. If he went out, he would get someone to add some tomatoes to fry it. What? Who's so bold to come to this baby's territory and behave so atrociously? A knocking sound came from the strange egg. The eggshell shook up and down. It was a little angry. Strange egg, are you afraid of a nascent soul cultivator? A nascent soul cultivator is nothing. I wasn't even afraid of the old man back then. Why would I be afraid of a nascent soul cultivator? The strange egg's tone was very arrogant. Mu Yu blinked. Did the strange egg mean that his master was more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator back then? The strange egg's buttocks stirred vigorously, and the spirit chi in this space became somewhat agitated. The spirit chi shot out in all directions, and immediately, golden runes appeared in the surroundings. When the spirit chi entered the runes, it turned into rays of white light and disappeared. It was unknown where it went. Weird egg, what are you doing? This manic spirit chi made Mu Yu very uncomfortable. He stopped absorbing this spirit chi. If this manic spirit chi entered his body, it would destroy his meridians and cause irreversible damage. Give some of your spiritual energy to this lousy formation. Back then, the old man said that if anyone wanted to snatch the spiritual chi from me, then I should inject my spiritual chi into this formation and beat the crap out of the intruder. The strange egg hated intruders. To it, the spirit chi was its, and no one else could touch it. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. This strange egg didn't seem reliable, but his master had left it with a trick up its sleeve. Did this mean that this strange egg had a way to protect Luochen Mountain from invaders? He suddenly understood what Elder Zun meant when he said that the foundation of the Grand Protective Formation was below Luochen Cliff. This spirit chi well was probably used by his master as the foundation of the Grand Protective Formation. Only a spirit chi well like this could provide sufficient assistance to the Grand Protective Formation. He hurriedly asked, "Do you have a way to beat that guy away? It's that nascent soul guy outside, right? How dare he steal my things with that kind of cultivation level of his? Watch how I teach him a lesson." Through the invisible formation, the strange egg had already discovered Daoist Johua at the Luochen mountain gate. It continuously stirred its spirit chi, and as soon as the spirit chi gushed out of the spirit chi eye, it was thrown onto the formation. Great, the strange egg catches the bad guy. Hurry up, I need your help. The bad guy catches the strange egg. No, the strange egg catches the bad guy. Why does this phrase sound so awkward? The strange egg muttered, then said, "Let's go out and meet him. Aren't you going to stay here and control the formation?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. The spirit chi here was so abundant. Staying here was the way to go. If he ran out, how was he going to control the Grand Protective Formation? I already said that only the old man can control it. I will only add some spirit chi to this formation. However, even if I don't add any spirit chi, this formation is more than enough to deal with a nascent soul cultivator. The strange egg burrowed into Mu Yu's hand and signaled for Mu Yu to bring it out. You won't be suffocated in the trees, right? In the past, when Mu Yu pulled a small bird into a tree, it immediately died. Becoming one with a tree was no joke. Other than the two weirdos, Mu Yu and Mu Yuming, any other animal that entered a tree would suffocate to death. No, you just have to show me later. Leave the rest to me. The strange egg shook its head and wagged its tail. Without another word, Mu Yu directly carried the strange egg and merged with the roots of the tree, returning the way they came. Halfway up the Luochen mountain, Daoist Johua's aura filled the air, causing the expressions of Chengyang and the others from the Jindan period to change. If I had known that the juniors of the Luochen sect were capable, I wouldn't have taken my people hostage. My trip here was not in vain. Daoist Johua glanced at the dilapidated mountain gate with disdain and sneered. There was probably no other sect in the cultivation world that had such a shabby gate. Senior Johua, we've already handed the people of your sect over to you safely. However, our falling dust sect doesn't want to get involved in the matters of the cultivation world. Please let us go, said Cheng Yang. Daoist Johua's first objective was to get the people he wanted. Due to the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, he had no choice but to have Xiong Nan release them. The 33 people led by Zhu Wanxing stood behind Daoist Johua in a sorry state, glaring angrily at the Luochen sect disciples. They had come to the Luochen mountain to cause trouble, but they didn't expect to suffer such a huge setback and become prisoners. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. What was even more infuriating was that the two brats had even brought them a few plates of black dishes. They were used to living a life of luxury, so they were full when they saw those black dishes. Master, you have to uphold justice for us. The red spots on Zhu Wanxing's face had yet to fade. His itchiness lasted for 2 days before dissipating. He had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. He had never been in such a sorry state before, so his heart was filled with resentment. Shut up. 33 Jindan period cultivators couldn't take down 5 Jindan period cultivators, and you still have the face to say that. Daoist Johua scolded in a low voice. Zhu Wanxing hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. However, he was still very unwilling to accept that he had been beaten up by 2 brats with no cultivation at all. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. Daoist Johua then laughed and said to Chengyang and the others, "Did you really think that I was coming for you? I was wrong back then. I didn't realize that Feng Haochen was the famous sword Shadow Chen Feng. No wonder you disciples are so talented. The disciples that came from sword Shadow Chen Feng's hands truly live up to their names." As soon as he said this, everyone from the Falling Dust sect was shocked. Daoist Johua already knew that Feng Haochen was sword Shadow Chen Feng. Chengyang clenched his fists. He had always thought that his master's secret was well kept. He never thought that Daoist Johua would find out about this after entering the nascent soul stage. Now that he was speaking so bluntly, could it be that his master was already in his hands? Senior must be joking. This junior has never heard of Sword Shadow Chen Feng, Cheng Yang said. Naturally, he couldn't directly admit it. Don't play dumb. Once Sword Shadow Chen Feng heard that someone was looking for him, he disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, he was willing to leave you behind. For his own safety, he didn't even care about his disciples. It seems that he is also a coward. Are you going to obediently tell me where Sword Shadow Chen Feng is, or do you want me to capture you and torture you? Daoist Johua asked. Cheng Yang and the others looked at each other. Even Daoist Johua hadn't found their master. We don't know who Sword Shadow Chen Feng is, but our master has already traveled far away. We also don't know where he is. This was the truth. They had been searching for their master's whereabouts for the past few months. Unfortunately, their master seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no news of him at all. And Shu was still using the dragon searching formation to search for their sect master's whereabouts. They didn't know whether he had found him or not. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Daoist Johua's eyes narrowed. His nascent soul stage aura poured down on Cheng Yang and the others like a torrential storm. Cheng Yang frowned and gritted his teeth. He stood in front of Lan Ling and Xiong Nan to protect them. Lan Ling and Xiong Nan combined their spiritual power with Cheng Yan's. Only then did they manage to not collapse. Daoist Johua, what's the point of bullying us juniors? When our master was famous, I'm afraid you didn't even have the courage to speak in front of him, right? Mu Yu's figure landed beside Cheng Yang. The moment he appeared, all the pressure from Daoist Johua suddenly disappeared. Cheng Yang and the others relaxed and looked at Mu Yu in confusion. No one knew why the pressure that had been so powerful just now dissipated so directly. This was naturally due to the strange egg. It didn't disappoint Mu Yu. The Luochen mountain emitted a mysterious and powerful force that removed Daoist Johua's pressure. Daoist Johua frowned slightly. He was slightly surprised. Why did the juniors who had been struggling just now become so calm? Ever since he stepped into the Luochen mountain, he felt that there was something wrong here. However, he was now in the nascent soul stage and had already understood his own strength. In the Moyun mountain range, other than the Qingsong Taoist and the mysterious person behind him, what else could be an obstacle to him? He didn't take that strange feeling to heart at first. However, at this moment, the feeling that something was wrong was getting stronger and stronger. Only then did he start to pay attention. Chen-ph, what goes around comes around. I heard that Jianying Chen Feng's cultivation is only in the Jindan period. Even he has to bow and scrape in front of me. You juniors don't even kneel when you see me. Didn't anyone teach you etiquette? Daoist Johua said calmly. Daoist Johua knew that Jianying Chen Feng's cultivation was only in the Jindan period. Who on earth was standing behind him? No matter what happened to my master, the means he left behind are enough to deal with old bones like you who bully the weak and fear the strong. Mu Yu held the strange egg in his hand. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a little strange. They didn't understand why he had an egg. Did he go to the kitchen to get it before he came? How could something that looked like an ostrich egg be of any help? Daoist Johua stopped smiling and said coldly, then I'd like to see what kind of means Jianying Chen Feng left behind for you. Daoist Johua still stood with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered without any wind. Suddenly, a palm that was 10 feet long appeared in the sky. The palm's spiritual power was rolling, covering the sky and the earth. It was insufferably arrogant. There were faint ripples in the void, and a terrifying aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Let's see if you can withstand my palm. The huge palm covered Mu Yu and the others with destructive power. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strong wind blew. The violent spiritual power seemed to be able to crush everything in the world. The stones that were rolled up were shaken into powder. The palm of a nascent soul stage cultivator was so terrifying. Strange egg, it's up to you. Mu Yu shouted and threw the strange egg in his hand towards the palm. F***ck, why did you throw me out? The strange egg's voice sounded like a pig being slaughtered in mid-air. Mu Yu was dumbfounded. Didn't the strange egg say that as long as he showed it, it would take care of the rest? Isn't that how you use it? Mu Yu wondered if he had misunderstood its meaning. Chapter 107. A mysterious force suddenly swept Mu Yu and the others away from the range of the huge palm. Unfortunately, the force didn't help the bastard and allowed the palm to land on the monster egg. The monster egg was slammed into a hard rock. An explosion sounded and a palm-shaped crater appeared in the ground. All of the rocks were reduced to dust and dust filled the air. Violent spiritual power continued to sweep through the area and it took a long time for it to dissipate. A nascent soul cultivator's palm was actually this terrifying. Is that talking egg all right? Xiong Nan asked in a daze. He was also shocked that an egg could talk. Mu Yu gulped. I don't know. Maybe it's turned into an armlet. He felt a little guilty. The monster egg was the one who said it would take care of things, so he tossed it out. Who would have thought that it would be so unreliable? In the end, it couldn't even escape. With a slap from a nascent soul stage cultivator, even a stone would disappear, let alone an egg. Cough cough. You there, I'm going to kill you. I'm not a ball. Why did you toss me out? To everyone's surprise, the monster egg's indignant voice sounded from the crater. It swayed as it floated out of the crater. It shook off the dust on its body and spun around dizzily before charging toward Mu Yu. It smashed its body into Mu Yu's head and yelled, "Do you have any conscience? I told you to hold on to me. Who told you to toss it around? Sorry. I was just doing it in passing." Mu Yu rubbed his aching head. How could this monster egg's skin be so thick? Even a nascent soul cultivator's palm couldn't make it yoke. What a strange thing. Perfected Jiuhua's face was also filled with disbelief. It was one thing for him to be so confident that his palm didn't hit a disciple of the falling dust sect, but it couldn't even shatter a talking egg? Zhu Wenxing and the others were also dumbfounded. Did their master go easy on the monster egg? Why was it all bark and no bite? Your lousy sword stole my spiritual energy. You have no sense of loyalty. Take pity on my slippery body. I was almost disfigured. The strange egg scolded. What saved us just now? Cheng Yang asked. Of course it's a formation. That old man imprinted your auras on this formation. If you encounter any life-threatening danger in the mountains that you can't solve by yourself, this formation will save you. Bastard, the old man clearly imprinted my aura on the formation. Why didn't the formation save me just now? Strange Egg said angrily. Maybe the array formation thinks that you won't be killed. Mu Yu said casually. The strange egg was still alive and kicking after being slapped by immortal Jiuhua, who was a nascent soul cultivator. If the array formation had a mind of its own, it would know that the egg was tough and the slap was nothing to it. But it hurts. Strange Egg knocked on Mu Yu's head again. Stop hitting me. It hurts too. Mu Yu grabbed Strange Egg to stop it from hitting his head. Mu Yu never thought that his master's formation would have such a use. Was he worried that a powerful enemy would invade the Luochen Mountains one day, so he set up this heaven-defying formation? He remembered that when the 33 Jindan period came to the Luochen sect a few days ago, the protective formation had not been activated. Although Kong Kong and Miao Miao had been kidnapped back then, they had been saved in the blink of an eye. The protective formation did not think that their lives were in danger, so it was rather intelligent. In other words, it's impossible for immortal Jiuhua to attack us in the Luochen Mountains today, right? Cheng Yang asked. That's not all. This formation has already sensed that our lives are in danger. It's probably going to take the initiative to attack that old man. That slap he gave me just now really hurt. Formation, teach him a good lesson for me, Strange Egg said angrily. He did not know if the formation could understand what it was saying. Mu Yu wanted to remind Strange Egg that the formation sensed that they were in danger, not the unkillable Strange Egg. However, when he thought about how Strange Egg was going to hit him again later, he held himself back. At that moment, an aura comparable to immortal Zhouhua's gradually gathered. A huge amount of spiritual qi gradually formed a huge palm in the air. The palm's spiritual qi churned and surged violently, causing cracks to appear in the air. It was exactly the same as immortal Zhouhua's palm. The only difference was that the palm was now aimed at immortal Zhouhua. The strength of the palm was not inferior to immortal Zhouhua's at all. Immortal Zhouhua's expression changed slightly. He swept up Zhu Wenxing and the others behind him and quickly retreated, dodging the palm in the nick of time. The place where he was originally standing also had a huge pit that was exactly the same as the one before. Wow! Kong Kong and Miao Miao came out of nowhere with sunflower seeds to join in the fun. Old Zun was also with them. Immortal Zhouhua was furious. He did not know where the palm came from, but it was clearly an imitation of his move. Moreover, the power was exactly the same as his palm. He was able to use this palm because he was at the nascent soul stage. However, the falling dust sect did not have a single nascent soul cultivator. How could this palm be used? I don't believe it. A dazzling golden flying sword appeared in immortal Zhouhua's hand. A majestic golden dragon was engraved on the body of the sword. It was extremely domineering. With a loud shout, the flying sword in his hand shone brightly. Wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth as all the spiritual energy in the world surged towards his flying sword. In an instant, his flying sword became incomparably huge. A terrifying golden light flickered as it disappeared. The void around the sword was even distorted as if heaven and earth could not withstand this sword. This sword was immortal Zhouhua's famous ultimate move, Zhouhua shakes the heavens. Immortal Zhouhua had once relied on this sword to establish his status in the cultivation world. When immortal Zhouhua used this sword when he was at the 9th firmament of the Golden Core stage, no one was a match for him except for Qingsong Taoist. Now that he was using it with his nascent soul cultivation, its power had increased by hundreds or thousands of times. With a swing of the sword, heaven and earth were destroyed and the mountains and rivers were shaken. This was the first time Mu Yu had seen a nascent soul cultivator in action. In the past, nascent soul cultivators only needed to rely on their aura to make all the cultivators in the Moyun mountain range tremble. There was no need for them to make a move. But at this moment, immortal Zhouhua seemed to feel that he had been provoked and angrily sent out an earth-shattering sword. If this sword slashed down, perhaps the entire Luochen mountain would be razed to the ground. That terrifying power was impossible to withstand without the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could they withstand this sword? That mysterious and unfathomable power surged out again, and an invisible barrier protected the entire Luochen mountain. When immortal Zhouhua's sword slashed down on the barrier, the imagined scene of heaven and earth shattering did not appear. Luochen mountain stood still and the trees beside it did not even sway at all. That mysterious power had completely blocked immortal Zhouhua's destructive sword without leaving any aftershock. What? Immortal Zhouhua was shocked and angry. His famous ultimate move could not do anything to Luochen mountain? How could this be? However, he did not have time to think too much because he was shocked to find that an illusory sword had also appeared in the sky above Luochen mountain. That sword radiated light in all directions and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Golden light flickered and the illusory sword disappeared. The sword's surroundings were also distorted as if it was the only sword left in the world. The sword's aura was awe-inspiring and was exactly the same as immortal Zhouhua's sword just now. How could this be? How could my Zhouhua move the heavens appear there? Immortal Zhouhua's eyes widened. The sword was already slashing down on him. He roared and the flying sword in his hand danced. Zhouhua's seal appeared in front of his chest and the tip of the sword pointed. A mellow spiritual energy barrier enveloped him. The Zhouhua moved the heavens formed by Luochen Mountain's array slashed down on Zhouhua's seal. There was a loud explosion and the spiritual energy around him exploded. Immortal Zhouhua was sent flying back a few hundred feet. He only had time to grab Zhu Wenxing and Daoist Qi Qin. The others were instantly turned into ashes under this sword. Not even their bones were left. Immortal Jiuhua himself was almost unable to withstand his own move. Except for Zhu Wenxing and Daoist Qi Qin, the other 31 Jindan period cultivators were all killed by this terrifying aftershock. 31 Jindan period cultivators. Even for Jiuhua school, it was an incomparably huge loss. What kind of array did Master set up? Mu Yu was shocked to the extreme. He swallowed his saliva. That sword strike that could destroy heaven and earth had instantly killed all the gold core cultivators who hadn't had the time to escape. If it weren't for the protective array laid down by his master, he was afraid that the ones who would be reduced to ashes today would be the few of them. Little sister, when did we have such a powerful array? Kong Kong had sunflower seeds in his mouth but had forgotten to eat them. Little brother, those people are gone just like that. Meow Meow's sunflower seeds scattered all over the ground. She was also shocked. This array can imitate the invader's moves in full detail. Whatever this guy attacked us, the array will attack him in the same way, Strange Egg said proudly. The others were stunned. They had been at Luochen Mountain for so many years, but Master had never told them that the Luochen sect had such a mysterious array protecting everyone. They also didn't know that this array had such terrifying lethality. Rather than saying that those Jindan period cultivators had died under the array's attacks, it was more accurate to say that they had died at the hands of perfected Jiuhua himself. Isn't this a spirit protection array? Elder Zun sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so frightened that he sat on the ground. The array had actually imitated a nascent soul cultivator's attack and fed it back to the attacker. Didn't this mean that the array's foundation was spirit chi? Elder Zun squeezed out these 3 words from his dry throat, but no one paid attention to what he said. Perfected Jiuhua's body heaved uncontrollably. He had never imagined that there would be a day when he would have to face the ultimate technique that made him famous. He hadn't expected that his people would all die under his own technique. If he hadn't pulled Daoist 7 birds and Zhu Wenxing out in time, they probably wouldn't have survived either. He was completely unfamiliar with arrays and didn't know how his technique had been imitated. However, he knew that it would be impossible to reclaim the Luochen sect with brute force today. Master, Zhu Wenxing was scared silly. He didn't know what had happened from beginning to end. All he knew was that the Luochen sect seemed to have a nascent soul cultivator on par with his master. Perfected Jiuhua's face was ashen. He felt a wave of lingering fear. Just now, even he had almost been unable to withstand Jiuhua shakes the heavens. In the past, he had only used this technique on others. He had never thought of how to counter it. What a Luochen sect. What a sword shadow and Chen Feng. I've learned a lot. Perfected Jiuhua swept up Zhu Wenxing and Daoist 7 birds into the sky and disappeared. He understood that if he wanted to find the Luochen sect and Chen Feng, he would need that person's help. Chapter 108. Hey, say something. Why are you all acting so silly? He's only a nascent soul cultivator. What's there to be surprised about? The strange egg flew out of Mu Yu's hand and swayed in front of everyone. Mu Yu smiled bitterly. If a nascent soul cultivator's attack was already so terrifying, then he didn't dare to imagine what it would be like for cultivators of other realms. I didn't think that Lord Sect Master would set up such a complicated spirit protection formation. Doesn't this mean that our Luochen Mountain sect has a spirit chi? Elder Zun walked over excitedly, unable to hide the shock on his face. The might of the spirit protection formation had almost scared him out of his wits. He never thought that the shabby sect that was mocked by everyone in the Moyun mountain range would actually have a side that no one knew about. Not only did each of the sect's disciples have heaven-defying cultivation, but they also had a mysterious sect master who set up such a powerful spirit protection formation. Elder Zun, you also know about the spirit chi? Mu Yu slowly regained his senses. He had seen the spirit chi with his own eyes. In the past, his master didn't tell him what it was. It was little Shuai who told him. He didn't expect Elder Zun to know about the existence of the spirit chi. Elder Zun nodded. I also learned about the spirit chi from a damaged ancient book. There are very few people in the cultivation world who know what the spirit chi is. The spirit chi is the place where the spirit chi of heaven and earth is produced. As long as the spirit chi doesn't dry up, then the spirit chi will continuously flow out and enter the entire cultivation world. No one knows where the spirit chi leads to, but one thing is for sure. The place with the spirit chi is definitely a holy land that tens of thousands of people crazily fight over. If you cultivate here, as long as you have enough talent, your cultivation speed will definitely be very fast. Elder Zun finally understood why every disciple of the Luo Chen sect had such heaven-defying cultivation at such a young age. Their talent was outstanding, and with the help of the spirit chi gathering formation and the spirit chi, it was almost inevitable that their cultivation would reach such a level. However, he also knew that the prerequisite was that they had to have outstanding talent. His talent was mediocre, so even if he had enough spirit chi, he wouldn't be able to reach a very high level. Apart from extremely precious treasures, only the spiritual chi can provide spiritual chi as the foundation for a mountain-protecting formation that can resist nascent soul cultivators. Elder Zun suddenly said solemnly, "Don't tell anyone about the chi. I don't know if you guys know that this place is called the Moyun mountain range, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg of the entire cultivation world. The real cultivation world is outside the Moyun mountain range. Once people from the outside world know that there is a spiritual chi here, they will definitely occupy this place." Mu Yu was surprised that Elder Zun even knew about this. Mu Yu had only learned about the Moyun mountain range not long ago. However, Elder Zun had read about it from some ancient book. He had come into contact with countless information. He was truly not a simple person. "Where is the spiritual chi?" Lan Linger asked. In fact, Feng Haochen had told them about the spirit chi. Of course, this was before Mu Yu came to the Falling Dust sect. However, Feng Haochen didn't tell them that the Falling Dust Mountain had a spirit chi. Elder Zun continued, "No matter where it is, since the sect master set up such a formation for us to protect everyone from the nascent soul stage, he must have his reasons. We shouldn't get too close to the spirit chi because the spirit chi in the spirit chi is very domineering. If it isn't filtered, it can't be absorbed by cultivators." "Hey, old man, you know so much too," the strange egg said. The space it was in isolated the spirit chi of the spirit chi, filtering out all the domineering spirit chi. Other spirit chi would be absorbed by it, and the remaining spirit chi would be sent out gently, filling the entire Falling Dust Mountain. You, what are you? How can you talk?" Elder Zun only noticed the strange egg on Mu Yu's head after hearing the strange egg's words. He was given a fright. What kind of secret was this Falling Dust sect hiding? How could even an egg speak? "I'm Shui Shui's egg." The strange egg bounced on Mu Yu's head, giving Mu Yu a headache. Mu Yu pulled it down with one hand and resisted the urge to throw it out again. "That's right, Anshu." Mu Yu suddenly remembered that Anshu was still alone on Falling Dust Cliff. The others also reacted and hurried to Falling Dust Cliff. "Don't worry, the formation just now saved his life. You guys set up a formation that was exactly the same as the old man's, but the materials you got were the old man's leftovers. If it wasn't for the formation replenishing his spirit chi in time, that guy who always followed the old man around would have died long ago," the strange egg muttered. Mu Yu stopped and asked in surprise, "Are you saying that our master, Jianying Chen Feng, also set up the dragon-seeking formation?" "Yes. Let me think, it wasn't just once. The last time was more than 10 years ago. At that time, I hadn't been here yet," the strange egg said. Mu Yu's eyes widened. No wonder Anshu was able to obtain the 5 formation bases of the dragon-seeking formation so easily. The 5 formation bases were all extraordinary. Evergreen wood, meteoric iron, Black Sea Chen ice, frozen rock, and ancient spirit Li fire. These 5 materials were obviously extraordinary, but Anshu was able to obtain them so easily. It must be that after their master set up the dragon-seeking formation, he gave these materials to Anshu for safekeeping. But why did their master set up the dragon-seeking formation? Their master's body was shrouded in layers of mysterious fog. After removing one layer with great difficulty, another layer covered it. In the past, his name had shaken the world, but for some reason, his cultivation had fallen to the Jindan period. He had set up these powerful formations on Falling Dust Mountain to protect everyone at all times. Now, his whereabouts were unknown, and many people were looking for him. Just what had happened to him? Strange egg, when did you start following my master? Muyu asked. I don't know. One day, after I regained consciousness, I saw that old man. He said that I needed a lot of spirit chi to get out of this eggshell. I didn't know at the time, but I just followed him everywhere. The strange egg shook its body. Muyu clicked his tongue. The strange egg had stayed in the spirit chi for more than 10 years, but it still hadn't absorbed enough spirit chi to break out of its shell. He didn't know what kind of monster it was and how much spirit chi it needed to hatch. After you hatch, you won't be some wrinkled ugly duckling, right? Do you have a name? Muyu asked. It should be the handsome duckling of Shui Shui. I don't have a name. The strange egg always had the word handsome in it, and it almost defeated Muyu. My name is Muyu. Since you like the word handsome so much, I'll call you Little Handsome from now on, Muyu said. Little Handsome? Can't I call you Big Handsome? The strange egg seemed unsatisfied. Muyu rolled his eyes. You're still so young. Call me Little Handsome for now. When you grow up, you can call me Big Handsome, okay? The strange egg finally reluctantly agreed. Everyone looked at the narcissistic strange egg in amazement. This guy had been carried here by their master. Unfortunately, it couldn't provide any more information about their master. Otherwise, they might be able to find clues from it and find their master's whereabouts. Cheng Yang didn't know when his master had hidden an egg under Luodun Cliff. The time he had followed his master was second only to Enshu. Unfortunately, many things had happened when he was very young, so he couldn't remember them clearly. Little Handsome didn't plan on returning to the spirit chi. It said that the spirit chi in the spirit chi had no effect on it, so it might as well follow Muyu. Clearly, it had forgotten that Muyu had thrown it like a ball. I'll follow you. When I hatch one day, I want to compete with your lousy sword again. Little Handsome was very unhappy that it had lost to Muyu's lousy sword. Muyu was speechless. It felt weird to have an egg by his side. Then wouldn't I be an old hen that hatches eggs? Muyu had a look of disdain on his face. He wondered if he would have to hug it when he slept. This scene was too strange. However, this idiot egg had helped him a little today, so Muyu could only reluctantly agree. And Shu was still in the dragon-searching formation. His eyes were still filled with purple light, as if he was still tirelessly searching for the sect leader's whereabouts. Everyone was there to accompany him. Now that they had chased away Perfected Johua, they didn't have to worry about Perfected Johua coming back for revenge for the time being. Of course, even if Chingsong Taoist came to demonstrate, he would also end up like Perfected Johua. They didn't have to worry about whether to join Chingsong School or Johua School. At night, everyone sat on Luochen Cliff. No one spoke. Everyone had too many questions in their hearts that needed to be solved. They needed their master's explanation. Now, they could only hope that Enshu would be able to find their master's whereabouts through the dragon-searching formation. At midnight, Enshu had already searched for half a day. The dragon-searching formation could only last for half a day. The purple light in Enshu's eyes finally dissipated. Slowly, the dragon-searching formation's spirit power engravings no longer flowed, and the golden light also slowly disappeared. Lorden is coming back. Elder Zun's spirit was lifted. Everyone also recovered from their own contemplation. They couldn't wait to look at Enshu. They didn't know if Enshu had found the sect leader's whereabouts. If he found the sect leader's whereabouts, they would definitely leave immediately. Enshu opened his eyes. An unconcealable tiredness flashed across his eyes. His face looked a little pale under the illumination of the spirit power engravings. Enshu, are you okay? Cheng Yang asked with concern. Do you know where our master is? Lan Linger asked impatiently. Enshu looked at these anxious faces and sighed in his heart. Then, he shook his head and said, the sect leader hid himself. I couldn't find him even after searching for a whole day. Everyone's expressions dimmed. They couldn't hide their disappointment. Muyu wasn't too surprised. He said, "Actually, we should have known that this method wouldn't work. There are probably many people outside the Moyun mountain range looking for our master. It's impossible that we're the only ones who know how to use the dragon searching formation." Although very few people in the Moyun mountain range knew about the dragon searching formation, the cultivation world outside definitely knew about it. Although the materials for the dragon searching formation were precious, the cultivation world outside the Moyun mountain range was so big that it wasn't difficult to collect them. Presumably, their master must have used some method to hide his tracks so that the dragon searching formation couldn't find him. Everyone had to agree with Muyu, but there was no need to be discouraged now. Qingsong Taoist and Zhouhua Taoist were both looking for Jian Ying and Chen Feng. They didn't have any news of Jian Ying and Chen Feng, which meant that Jian Ying and Chen Feng were still safe. Master left us such a powerful mountain protection formation because he didn't want us to be hurt. Now that the Moyun mountain range has been reshuffled, we can be considered to be alone, Muyu said. Chapter 109. Many peaceful days passed. Qingsong Taoist didn't come looking for trouble at Luochen Mountain. Perhaps he'd heard that perfected Zhouhua had been humiliated by the Luochen sect, so he didn't want to embarrass himself here. Boyang Daoren also left the Luochen sect after recovering from his injuries. He planned to find a peaceful place in the mortal world to spend the rest of his life. In addition to Elder Zun, Luochen Mountain now had an egg. This egg was strange, muddle-headed, and uncontrollably narcissistic. It kept saying the word handsome every 3 sentences. It was simply unbearable. But recently, someone had taken a liking to this egg. Kong Kong and Miao Miao stared at Xiao Shuai's sleek body and drooled every day. They'd only ever taken a spoon-sized bird egg before, but had never eaten one as big as a plate. So one day, while Xiao Shuai was sleeping soundly by Muyu, the two of them successfully stole the egg and put it into the big pot in the kitchen. "Little brother, hurry up and add more firewood." Miao Miao lifted the pot lid. The pot was filled with water, and the strange egg was sleeping soundly on the surface. It didn't seem to know that it was about to become a boiled egg. "Little sister, don't rush me. I've already secretly plucked all of Master's fire grass to use as firewood." Kong Kong held a pipe and blew air into the stove. The flames in the stove were raging. The raging inferno grass was still green, but it was burning very vigorously. The water finally began to boil. Bubbles rose from the pot, causing the strange egg to jump up and down. It just wouldn't sink. This thick-skinned weirdo was still sleeping in the boiling pot, oblivious to the fact that he was sleeping. What if it doesn't sink? It won't be cooked like this. Miao Miao used the ladle to push the egg down, but every time she did, it floated up from the side. "Damn it, let's just roast it." Kong Kong wanted to use his hands to fish the egg out and throw it into the stove, but the egg's temperature was too high. He jumped up and down from the heat, so he hurriedly threw the egg back into the pot. "So comfortable," Tilda Xiao Shuai mumbled in the pot, then turned over and went back to sleep. "Little brother, it doesn't seem to work." Miao Miao and Kong Kong were dumbfounded. The water was already boiling, but this guy was still treating it as a hot bath. "What are you two doing?" Muyu saw smoke coming out of the chimney in the kitchen and thought that it was not mealtime. He also realized that Little Handsome had disappeared, so he came to take a look. However, he saw 2 sneaky troublemakers in the kitchen holding a water ladle. "We don't have any. We're just playing with it." Kong Kong and Miao Miao were startled. They quickly covered the pot lid with a guilty conscience. Muyu suspiciously walked over and opened the lid of the pot. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The strange egg was rolling around in the boiling pot. He was shocked and quickly rolled it up with his spiritual energy. "This guy can't be eaten." He was brought back by Master. "What are you two doing?" Muyu shook Little Handsome hard. Only then did Little Handsome ask in a daze, "Why are you calling me?" Little Shuai didn't know what kind of dangerous thing he had just experienced. But thinking about it, This guy could even withstand a slap from a nascent soul stage cultivator. How could a mere boiling do anything to it? Every day, it would shout that its egghead was handsome and its eggtail was handsome. When its skin was thick to a certain extent, it would not be cooked to a pulp. Forget it. You too can continue cooking. Muyu saw that this guy was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, so he threw little Shui back into the pot. Muyu walked out of the kitchen and stretched. These few days, he had been cultivating in the spirit-gathering formation that Elder Zun had improved. He slowly consolidated his cultivation during the Jindan period. He felt that if he fought with Daoist 7 birds again, it wouldn't be so strenuous. They didn't know how the cultivation world had changed. And Shu told them to stay on the mountain and not go down casually. As long as they were at Luochen Mountain, with the existence of the mountain guarding formation, nascent soul stage cultivators couldn't do anything to them. Now that their master shouldn't be in any danger, they gradually relaxed. Muyu returned to the rock halfway up the mountain and lay there comfortably to bask in the sun. Sometimes, he would think about what kind of world it was outside the Moyun mountain range. What kind of treasure did those people covet in his master's hands? He also wondered when he could leave the Moyun mountain range and see the outside world. Isn't that the same as second senior brother who disappeared without a trace? Muyu thought of second senior brother Luo Shong, whom he had never met. That guy left Luochen Mountain alone and never came back, leaving Lan Ling to talk about him in a daze. Luo Shong left the Moyun mountain range and went out to see the real cultivation world. At least he didn't stay in a cage and wait for death. Muyu thought that when he reached the 9th heaven of the Golden Core realm, he would also go to the outside world. Lan Ling only had her second senior brother in her heart. This made Muyu feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know how to express his feelings to Lan Ling. If he chose to leave the Moyun mountain range, would Lan Ling miss him? Maybe if I tell Ling that I like her, she will beat me up. Muyu said to himself, reminding himself that this possibility was very high. Who do you like? A voice came from behind Muyu. Muyu was startled. He didn't notice who was behind him. When he saw who it was, he jumped up in fright. Tian Ran poked her head out from the tree behind him. She waved sweetly at Muyu. Why are you here? Muyu rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't see the wrong person. He suddenly became alert. He still didn't trust this girl who was about the same age as him. He hadn't seen Tian Ran since he left Chingsong School. He didn't expect that Tian Ran would come at this time. I'm here to look for Jianying Chen Feng. You didn't even tell me that your master is Jianying Chen Feng. Tian Ran jumped over and landed beside Muyu. Tian Ran also knew that Muyu's master was Jianying Chen Feng. Muyu asked warily, how did you get up the mountain? Why didn't I notice your arrival? Why weren't you affected by the array? I flew up. Are you talking about the mountain protecting array? The sword shadow and dust winds formation also oppresses me, but I know that as long as I don't have any hostility towards you, the array won't attack me. Tian Ran even knew this. Are you the mysterious person behind Daoist Zhouhua? Muyu couldn't see through this girl who looked very simple. Every time she appeared, she brought bad news to Muyu. Tian Ran blinked her eyes and shook her head innocently. No, the mysterious person behind Daoist Zhouhua is the person I've been tracking. I've finally figured out his background. I don't believe you. Muyu always suspected that Tian Ran didn't look for Jianying Chen Feng for anything good. Although she said that she wanted to warn Jianying Chen Feng that someone was looking for him, it seemed that his master had already taken precautions and didn't need anyone to remind him. That's fine. As long as that guy from the Gate of Hell doesn't find your master, it's fine. Tian Ran didn't care about Muyu's attitude at all. She also followed Muyu's posture and lay down. Muyu still felt that something was wrong. You just said that the mysterious person behind Daoist Zhouhua is the person you've been tracking. Weren't you tracking the red-clothed youth at Chingsong School? Why didn't you go and monitor Chingsong Taoist that night? He was controlled by the red-clothed youth. Are you talking about the mysterious guy who helped Chingsong Taoist break through to the nascent soul stage? That's not the same person I'm talking about. I can't confirm the identity of the person behind Chingsong Taoist, but I know who's behind Daoist Zhouhua, Tianran said. Who's the person behind Daoist Zhouhua? Mu Yu frowned. The red-clothed youth behind Chingsong Taoist wasn't the person Tianran was tracking? The mysterious person behind Daoist Zhouhua was. What was going on? The people behind Daoist Zhouhua are the people from the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell is a very powerful force outside the Moyun Mountains. Anyway, it's hard to explain it to you. You just need to know that they're cruel and want to find Jianying Chenfeng by all means, Tianran said. Then why did you go to Chingsong School that day? During the competition at Chingsong School, Tianran appeared alone in Chingsong School, saying that she was tracking someone. Tianran spread her hands and said, the guy I was tracking that day was going to find Chingsong Taoist, but I don't know why he left after walking around Chingsong School. I followed him all the way from Chingsong School to Zhouhua School. As for the red-clothed youth you mentioned, I've never seen him. I don't know why he kidnapped Chingsong Taoist. Mu Yu was skeptical. He always thought that the nascent soul-stage cultivator behind Daoist Zhouhua was Tianran. Tianran helped Daoist Zhouhua break through to the nascent soul stage in order to fight against Chingsong Taoist. However, Tianran denied all of this. If Tianran was telling the truth, then didn't that mean that not only were the red-clothed youth and Tianran looking for Jianying Chenfeng, but there was also another person looking for Jianying Chenfeng? I still don't believe you. Mu Yu shook his head. Why would I lie to you? The people behind Daoist Zhouhua are from the Gate of Hell. I'm not sure about the people behind Chingsong Taoist. I also learned that your master is Jianying Chenfeng from the Gate of Hell. Tianran said. Then what kind of power is the Gate of Hell? Mu Yu had never heard of the so-called the Gate of Hell. He only remembered the names of the 20 sects in the Moyun mountain range. This was the first time he had heard of the Gate of Hell. Let me tell you. The cultivation world outside the Moyun mountain range is called the Triple Continent. The most powerful sects in the Triple Continent are the 8 gates. The Gate of Hell is one of the 8 gates. Like the Gate of Life and Death, they are known as the strangest sects. Their style of doing things is creepy. I don't like it. When Tianran mentioned the Gate of Hell, she frowned, and a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. Then which sect are you from? You're not with them. Mu Yu was not familiar with the outside of the Moyun mountain range. Tianran came here alone to wander around. The power behind her was definitely not simple. Me. I'm also from the 8 gates, but I'm from the Red Dust sect. That's all I can tell you. I sneaked out this time and sneaked into the Moyun mountain range. This place is strictly forbidden from the outside. Tianran said seriously, the Moyun mountain range is In short, this place is very unusual. People above the Jindan period will not come in. It's a thankless task. People below the Jindan period can't come in. Moreover, the spiritual qi in this place is too lacking. If it weren't for finding Jianying Chenfeng, I'm afraid that neither I nor the people from the Gate of Hell would set foot in this place. I know. This is the immortal confinement prison, right? Mu Yu said calmly. Tianran's expression changed slightly. She sighed. So you already know. Your master must have told you, right? Many people have been looking for your master. No one would have thought that your master was actually in the immortal confinement prison. The immortal confinement prison was a place abandoned by the outside world of self-cultivators. With the gradual collapse of the spiritual energy, in another 10 years or so, this place would become a desolate and uninhabited place. All life would disappear, and this place would truly become a hell on earth. Mu Yu snorted. He was still very angry about the existence of the immortal confinement prison. The cultivators of the 3 continents had driven Yu Meng into the Moyun mountain range and then set up a heaven and earth array to imprison Yu Meng here. However, no one was willing to save the cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. Only they could do such an inhumane thing. None of you people from the outside world are good people. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Tianran knew what Mu Yu was blaming. She said, actually, you can't blame us. After the immortal confinement prison array was set up, People with higher cultivation than the nascent soul stage couldn't enter this array. They would be destroyed by the heaven and earth array as a threat. Nascent soul stage cultivators have to be careful if they want to go through the 100,000 mountains alone. If they're not careful, they'll be attacked by the demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountains. It's very difficult for them to save you. If we had to choose between trapping Yu Meng and saving you, we could only choose to trap Yu Meng. Yu Meng's existence was a threat to the entire human race. Therefore, the outside world could only sacrifice a small number of people in exchange for the safety of the majority of humans. Chapter 110. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't think it's good to do this either. However, the ones who made the decision were the people from the third palace. No one dares to question their actions. Since you are the disciples of Jian Ying and Chen Feng, he will definitely send you out, Tianran said. This matter had been decided decades ago. At that time, she hadn't been born yet. Indeed, it had nothing to do with her. She could only say that she was born in the right place, while the people in the Moyun mountain range were born in the wrong place. What about the other people in the Moyun mountain range? Do those who were born today deserve to die at the age of 10? Mu Yu said in a deep voice. The Moyun mountain range was where he was born. There were many mortals without any cultivation, including the villagers of the Flowing Water Village and the village chief grandfather who raised him. If the immortal confining prison ran out of spiritual qi in 10 years, they would all die. It's useless for you to tell me this. I'm afraid you don't know who set up this heaven and earth formation, right? Tianran said after a moment of silence. She didn't know how to answer Mu Yu's question. In her opinion, this matter was indeed too much. However, she was only an insignificant cultivator outside the third continent. She couldn't change anything. Who is it? Jian Ying and Chen Feng, your master. That's impossible. Mu Yu flatly denied. This was too ridiculous. His master had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He was an indifferent old man. How could he do such a thing? Tianran had already expected Mu Yu's reaction. She continued, you still don't know what Jian Ying and Chen Feng mean in the third continent, right? Then I'll tell you. Jian Ying and Chen Feng are like gods in the third continent. They are respected by tens of thousands of people. Almost everyone grew up listening to his legend. More than 90 years ago, Yu Meng was at his peak. 5 spirit lords Yu Meng appeared and brought Yu Meng into the human world. Those 5 spirit lords Yu Meng were unstoppable. Even the people in the third palace couldn't stop their attack. Countless people died and the race was on the verge of extinction. Tianran had also heard this from her elders. She could imagine the sense of crisis of extinction. If Yu Meng had been allowed to slaughter as he pleased, perhaps the human race would have already gone extinct. She continued, it was also at this time that Sword Shadow Chen Feng descended to the world like a god. With a single sword, he turned the tide and defeated all 5 spirit lords Yu Meng. It was Jian Ying Chen Feng who had saved the entire cultivation world. He was also the one who had allowed the entire human race to continue to exist. He is worshipped as a true god by all of us humans. Now, there are temples dedicated to him everywhere in the 3 continents. If you walk out of the Moyun mountain range, you will find his stone statues everywhere. Mu Yu was shocked. His master was an ordinary old man. During the day, he would take care of his vegetable garden and cook for them. At night, he would tell them stories. He did not have the air of a sect leader. He had always been very gentle to his disciples. He had never been angry with them. His clothes were even patched. How could such an old man be the true God who saved the entire human race? Are you kidding? Mu Yu did not believe Tianran's words. Tianran shook her head and said, I'm not kidding. You can ask your master about this. I thought you should know that a true God saved the entire human race. Mu Yu had never known about his master's past. His master had never mentioned these things. Now that his master's whereabouts were unknown, how could he verify this matter? Since my master saved the entire human race, why did he set up a heaven and earth array to trap the entire Moyun mountain range? Senior Chen Feng saved the human race, but the remaining Yu Meng had all escaped into the Moyun mountain range. This place was a natural barrier for the Yu Meng. It was impossible for them to chase after them. The people of the three palaces made a decision. They wanted to set up a heaven and earth array to trap the Yu Meng forever in this array so that they could no longer go out and harm the human world. To be able to do this, it was an extremely powerful immortal confinement prison. The immortal confinement prison used a person's cultivation as the eye of the array. This person's cultivation must have reached an extraordinary realm. In this world, only Jian Ying and Chen Feng could be qualified. The people of the three palaces found your master. For some reason, your master agreed to use himself as the eye of the immortal confinement prison. Thus, the immortal confinement prison surrounded the entire Moyun mountain range. All the Yu Meng could no longer leave the three palaces, and the people of the Moyun mountain range could not leave without reaching the nascent soul realm. The eye of the immortal confinement prison was a person with an extremely high cultivation level. This was the same as what the old tree chief had said. However, at that time, Mu Yu had heard the old tree chief say that the person who was the eye of the array should be in the three palaces. He had also reminded Mu Yu that if he wanted to save the entire human race of the Moyun mountain range, he had to go to the three palaces and kill the person who was the eye of the array. In other words, if Mu Yu wanted to save the people of the Moyun mountain range, he had to kill his master. Mu Yu was stunned. It was impossible for him to have the idea of killing his master. In his heart, his master represented everything. When he was reduced to a grey disciple, it was his master who took him in and taught him all his skills. He could do anything for his master. How could he do anything to his master? But did the people of the Moyun mountain range deserve to die? Why? Why would such a good person like his master agree to be the eye of the immortal confinement prison? Why would his master ignore the lives of the people of the Moyun mountain range? His master had always taught him how to be a person who lived up to his own heart and how to be a true cultivator. However, what his master did, could he really live up to his own conscience? You must be mistaken. My master only has the cultivation level of the Jindan period. How could he be a true god of the three palaces? This is too funny. Mu Yu tried his best to deny it. He would rather believe that Tian Ran had made all this up. However, he was stating a fact in his heart. His master was Jianying Chen Feng. Even Enshu and his senior brother did not deny this. Why was Jianying Chen Feng so famous? How could a person of the Jindan period be remembered by the people of the outside world? Actually, no one knows that being the eye of the immortal confinement prison will cause irreversible harm to a person. Only the people of the three palaces and your master know about this. I know you still don't believe it, but have you ever thought about where your master's cultivation level went? Why is he only at the cultivation level of the Jindan period now? In the past, a sentence he said was the supreme truth in the three palaces. However, he is now only at the Jindan period. Don't you think this is strange? Tian Ran said. Is the eye of the immortal confinement prison paid the price of master's cultivation level? Mu Yu gritted his teeth and said the truth he was most unwilling to admit. Tian Ran nodded. We didn't know about this. All we know is that Jianying Chen Feng is still in the three palaces. If I didn't happen to know that the people of the Gate of Hell were looking for Jianying Chen Feng, I wouldn't have known that Jianying Chen Feng had already left the three palaces and came to the immortal confinement prison he created. Why are the people of the Gate of Hell looking for him? Mu Yu's thoughts were in a mess. He didn't want to accept everything Tian Ran said. He just wanted to find his master as soon as possible and confirm this point with him. He wanted to see his master smile and then shake his head in denial. Speaking of the Gate of Hell, Tian Ran's face showed a trace of anger. She said angrily, "The people of the Gate of Hell cultivate extremely strange spells. They use the souls of cultivators as their magic weapons. However, this kind of spell is too cruel and is strictly forbidden by the three palaces. Therefore, they took a compromise. The way they raise their disciples is very scary. They find two people with the same talent and let them cultivate together and grow up together. They are called twins. When the right time comes, They let the two of them fight to the death. Whoever wins will kill the other, extract the other's soul, and condense it into their own magic weapon. Because this method kills people from their own sect, the three palaces acquiesced. However, I heard Gui Shenyu of the Gate of Hell say that if they want to improve their cultivation, it's not enough to rely on the souls of twins. Under the strict surveillance of the three palaces, they don't dare to kill too many people and extract souls. Therefore, they set their eyes on the Moyun mountain range. The Moyun mountain range will become a dead place in 10 years. Millions of people will die. Think about it, with so many souls, it's a precious soul treasury for them. Mu Yu looked at the angry Tian Ran in disbelief. She didn't look like she was lying at all. If the Gate of Hell really had its eyes on the millions of people in the Moyun mountain range, it was indeed a means to greatly improve the cultivation of the Gate of Hell. However, how could Mu Yu allow such a thing to happen? However, the Moyun mountain range now has the immortal confinement prison. Senior Jianying Chenfeng is a person who knows how to set up arrays. His heaven and earth array formation has locked up the souls of every human in the immortal confinement prison. If people from the outside world want to kill people in the Moyun mountain range, they will be blocked by the heaven and earth array formation. Only people in the Moyun mountain range can kill each other. They somehow found out that Senior Chen Feng's cultivation has been declining. As long as he falls to the Jindan period, the Gate of Hell will send nascent soul cultivators to capture him and use the slave core to control Senior Chen Feng. This way, they can obtain the souls of all the people in the Moyun mountain range. Slave core. Slave core again. Mu Yu already knew that the red-robed youth had used the slave core to control Qingsong Taoist. He had also seen the effects of the slave core. The Qingsong Taoist didn't even have the consciousness to resist. The other party actually wanted to use the slave core to control his master. His master had set up a mountain defense array formation in the Luochen mountain. This array formation could counterattack all the nascent soul cultivators who wanted to kill the Luochen sect disciples. If he really was the array foundation of the immortal confinement prison, he could also make the heaven and earth array formation of the immortal confinement prison withstand the attacks of people from the outside world. However, could his master really do that? Did he really have such great divine powers? However, Mu Yu thought that his master could even set up a mountain defense array formation that could withstand the attacks of nascent soul cultivators. Although setting up a heaven and earth array formation like the immortal confinement prison was a little mysterious, it wasn't impossible. Qingsong Taoist was controlled by the red-robed youth using the slave core. In other words, the red-robed youth is also from the Gate of Hell? Mu Yu said. Maybe. I don't know who the red-robed youth you're talking about is. In any case, only Qingsong School and Zhohua School are left in the Moyun mountain range. The two sects have always been in conflict, so there are still deaths. Maybe the red-robed youth you're talking about is also from the Gate of Hell. They've separately controlled Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhohua just to incite conflict in the Moyun mountain range. When there's conflict, there will be deaths. As long as there are deaths, there will be souls. They can also sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Tian Ran and Mu Yu had the same thought. The people from the Gate of Hell came from the outside world, so they couldn't directly kill the people in the Moyun mountain range. If they could control the two people with the highest cultivation in the Moyun mountain range and make them kill each other without knowing, then wouldn't the souls be settled? Then why are you helping my master? Mu Yu asked. Tian Ran suddenly showed a fangirl expression, looking up and down at Mu Yu, which made Mu Yu's hair stand on end. Because I've worshipped Jianying Chenfeng since I was a child. I also want to meet Jianying Chenfeng, the senior I admire the most. Last time, I eavesdropped on Gui Xuanyue's conversation and found out about this matter. I thought that even if I said it, no one would believe me without evidence, so I ran to the Moyun mountain range to look for him. I don't know why Gui Shenyu already knew that your master was Jianying Chenfeng, so he tried every means to catch you. I also eavesdropped on Zhohua Immortal the day before yesterday. It turns out that your master is Jianying Chenfeng. For a long time, the two stopped talking. Only Tian Ran still looked at Mu Yu curiously, as if she wanted to wait for Mu Yu to speak first. Why are you looking at me? Mu Yu asked. You're Jianying Chen Feng's disciple, and also someone I admire. Tian Ran smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 111. On Mount Luo Chen, a group of people surrounded Tian Ran, who was at the nascent soul stage, and eyed her covetously. Putting aside the fact that she had already reached the nascent soul stage when she was about the same age as them, just her words alone were hard to accept. What do you think? Mu Yu asked. Tian Ran repeated what she had said to Mu Yu to the others. Everyone fell into deep thought. Lan Linger and Xiong Nan had a suspicious look in their eyes. The fact that Master was the array core of the immortal confinement prison was a bit unbelievable. I don't believe it. Maybe I can accept that Master is a so-called true god. He would trap everyone in the Moyun mountain range to death. Master would never do such a thing. Lan Linger firmly denied it. With Feng Haochen's aloof personality, it was normal for him to be like an otherworldly expert. However, he would not casually kill people. But there are many signs that indicate. Mu Yu hesitated. Lan Linger glared at Mu Yu and scolded, "What's wrong with you? It's fine if you don't believe second senior brother, but you don't even believe Master." Mu Yu tactfully shut his mouth. When he was talking to Lan Linger, he was always unhappy when the topic of his second senior brother was brought up. Your identity is also very suspicious. Why should we believe you? Xiong Nan looked at Tian Ran. Cheng Yang did not speak. He just nodded thoughtfully. And Shu stared at Tian Ran silently. And Shu, you've been with Master the longest. Do you know these things? Mu Yu asked. And Shu knew far more than they imagined. However, it was very unlikely that they would learn about Master's past from Anshu. Anshu was not good at communicating. Anshu did not directly answer Mu Yu's question. He said in a low voice, "You are from the Red Dust sect. Show me some evidence." Tian Ran sighed and said, "My master is called Miao Yuyan. I don't know if you've heard of her." When Miao Yuyan was mentioned, Tian Ran looked very disappointed, as if she had mentioned something sad. Anshu frowned slightly. "Miao Yuyan is your master. Let me see your Red Dust sect's token." Tian Ran hesitated for a moment. If she wanted to gain the trust of everyone in the Falling Dust sect, she would have to produce some convincing evidence. The others were easy to convince, but Anshu clearly knew a lot about the Red Dust sect. Tian Ran stretched out her arm and rolled up her sleeves. There was a lotus tattoo on her wrist. The lotus was vivid and lifelike, shining with a beautiful pink light. It looked extremely pink and cute. Every disciple of the Red Dust sect has this tattoo on their wrists. Moreover, it's imprinted on our wrists using a special magic art. There's no way to remove it. If you're familiar with us, you'll know that this tattoo is unique. No one can imitate it, Tian Ran said. Show me the Red Dust Lotus Calamity, and Shu said. How do you even know this? Tian Ran knew that Anshu was trying to determine whether or not she was lying. However, in order to prove that she had no ill intentions, she could only do as he said. Tian Ran took a step back. Her fingers intertwined, and a pink lotus took shape in her hand. It was ethereal, as if it was made by nature. If you still don't believe me, then you must recognize this sword. A sparkling orange flying sword floated in Tian Ran's hand. Miao Yuyan gave you the immortal dew? And Shu's eyes finally revealed a trace of surprise. This sword was given to my master by Senior Chen Feng. Do you believe me now? Tian Ran revealed a sweet smile. This sword was undoubtedly the best proof of her identity. Mu Yu discovered that the two dimples on her face were very cute when she smiled. He didn't know why he suddenly noticed this. She's one of us, Anshu said briefly, then turned and left Luochen Cliff. Tian Ran was a bit confused by Anshu's straightforward personality. She said strangely, this uncle seems to know a lot. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Mu Yu shook his head slightly. No need. Anshu didn't deny it from his master's standpoint. This indirectly confirms that what you said is true. Unless he's willing to tell us, it's pointless for us to ask. Everyone nodded in agreement with Mu Yu's words. And Shu knew a lot about his master's past, but he would never speak of it. The others also didn't dare to ask because they would definitely run into a wall. Cheng Yang smiled. It's good that you're here to help us. Your cultivation is higher than ours. Maybe you can help us stop the plan of the Gate of Hell. If what Tianran said was true, then whether it was the Qingsong Taoist or Daoist Zhouhua, the two outsiders behind them weren't people that the Luochen sect could deal with. Tianran's cultivation was higher than theirs, so it would be easier for her to do things. Tianran nodded. Just like that, Tianran had a legitimate reason to stay at Luochen Mountain. She had been following Mu Yu around the mountain for the past 2 days. Tianran was a very simple girl. When she came to Luochen Cliff for the first time, she curiously looked around Luochen Cliff. When she stood at Luochen Cliff and looked at the scenery in the distance, she would sigh twice. Mu Yu remembered the first time he came to Luochen Cliff. He was also subdued by the refreshing scenery. It was as if he could see everything in the world with a single glance. This vast and ethereal feeling seemed to be able to empty his mind and body, making it easier for his heart to calm down. Mu Yu and Tianran sat on the edge of the cliff. He still had many questions in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "What is the relationship between your master and my master? Why is my master's sword in your hands? You don't even know this. You're so stupid. No wonder senior sister Lan Ling doesn't like you." Tianran giggled and said. Mu Yu snorted. At that time, he was only casually talking to himself, but this little girl remembered it. Tianran took out the immortal nectar and carefully stroked it in her hand for fear of damaging it. Looking at her expression, it was as if this sword was given to her by Jianying Chen Feng. Of course it's a lover. Master told me stories about her and Senior Chen Feng every day. She told me how he used this sword to defeat all the geniuses in the cultivation world and how he used this sword to defeat 5 Spirit Lord Yumeng. This sword was given to my master by Senior Chen Feng as a token of love. It's a treasure. My master used this sword to defeat 5 Spirit Lord Yumeng. Mu Yu's eyes widened. If this flying sword defeated Spirit Lord Yumeng and saved the entire human race, then it was easy to imagine how precious it was in the 3 continents. Such a precious flying sword, Master actually gave it away to someone else. Not only that, actually, Senior Chen Feng has 9 swords. These 9 swords can be combined into one sword with incomparable power. I can accurately name these 9 swords: Pure Erosion, Clear Ice, Burning Heaven, Stargazing, Light String, Strange Howl, Split Shadow, Rainbow Light, and my Immortal Nectar. These 9 swords are called Heavenly Swords by the cultivation world. That's how the 9 Heavenly Sword Guides came about. Wait, the Split Shadow you mentioned just now, are you referring to my Split Shadow Sword? Mu Yu's hand moved slightly, and the Split Shadow Sword responded and floated in the air, emitting a faint green light. Just as his Split Shadow Sword came out, a strange feeling came from it. The Split Shadow Sword and Immortal Nectar Sword were both trembling slightly, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. You have one too, you're so lucky. Senior Chen Feng gave you such a precious heavenly sword. I had to beg Master for a long time before she reluctantly agreed to give it to me, Tianran said enviously. The sword Shadow Chen Feng was a true god of the 3rd layer of the continent, and he was also her master's lover. She worshipped the sword Shadow Chen Feng since she was young, and she protected the immortal nectar like it was a treasure. I remember that Lan Ling'er's sword is called Clear Ice, eldest senior brother's sword is called Pure Erosion, Xiongnan's sword is called Stargazing, and Anshu's sword is called Strange Howl. You're saying that Master gave us all 9 precious swords? Mu Yu flicked the Split Shadow Sword in disbelief, and the green Split Shadow Sword made a crisp sound. In the past, he didn't think much about the flying swords his master gave him. He just felt that it was very convenient to use, but he didn't know that the sword in his hand was the heavenly sword that his master used to display her invincible might. He never thought that the normally unremarkable flying sword was actually one of the 9 swords that shook the world in the past. How could Master just casually give them to someone close to him? Mu Yu remembered that one time he used the split shadow sword and empty sky to poke a hornet's nest. He even used the split shadow sword as a fire stick several times when he helped his master light a fire. Thinking of this, he felt a bit sorry for the split shadow sword. He felt that he was simply wasting a heavenly treasure. Thinking of this, he suddenly blushed. He secretly scolded himself for not knowing the value of the sword. He quickly used his sleeve to wipe the split shadow sword. Every day, he would step on the clones and fly around. After using them, he would put them away. He didn't know how to cherish them at all. If outsiders were to know that the 9 swords, which used to dominate the world, had been ruined by Mu Yu, they would definitely kill him. In fact, the split shadow sword was one of the heavenly swords. It was very difficult for it to be tainted by the mortal world. No matter how much Mu Yu didn't cherish it, it still maintained its original sharpness and never faded. Mu Yu always felt that something was strange. As the disciple of Sword Shadow Chen Feng, he didn't understand him as well as an outsider. This was a very sad thing. No wonder Master never taught us about array formations. Once he taught us about array formations, we would feel that something was wrong with Luo Chen Mountain. We would also have doubts about Master's past. Master obviously doesn't want us to know about his past. Mu Yu sighed. Master wanted to be an ordinary person and didn't want to involve them in the disputes of the cultivation world. But now, it seemed that Mu Yu and the others didn't want to be involved in the disputes of the cultivation world. My master thinks about Senior Chen Feng day and night. Can you help me get some of Senior Chen Feng's souvenirs? When I bring them back, my master will definitely be overjoyed. Tian Ran said with a face full of hope. Souvenirs? What souvenirs? If you want them, wait for my master to come back and see if he can cut a strand of his beard for you. How about that? Mu Yu said half-heartedly. Okay. Tian Ran took Mu Yu's words seriously. She was so happy that she danced with joy. She didn't care that Mu Yu was joking at all. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. This girl was so naive. Wasn't she afraid that she would be kidnapped and sold in the cultivation world? If it wasn't for her ridiculously high cultivation, she would have already been in trouble. Since you helped me get some souvenirs, I'll teach you how to chase girls. You can't chase Lan Linger like that. Tian Ran patted Mu Yu's shoulder with a confident look. Chase girls? You know how to do that? Mu Yu's face was full of doubt. The feeling that Tian Ran gave him was that she was too naive. The idea that such a naive girl came up with was also questionable. You forgot that I'm also a girl. I just saw you and senior sister Linger talking tit-for-tat. It would be strange if senior sister Linger liked you like this. Tian Ran said. Mu Yu was speechless. He liked to tease Lan Ling but he didn't want to be in such a situation in the future. Sometimes, he also wanted to communicate with Lan Ling normally. However, whenever he said something serious to Lan Ling would always feel that he had bad intentions and wanted to talk bad about her second senior brother. Mu Yu never knew how to improve the relationship between the two. Tian Ran was a girl. Perhaps she really knew how to please a girl. Chapter 112. Linger, I'm sorry. I won't say anything bad about second senior brother anymore, Mu Yu said sincerely. That's too perfunctory. Let's do it again. Tian Ran knocked Mu Yu on the head. Tian Ran asked Mu Yu to repeat his confession to Lan Ling so that she could judge if it was appropriate. She said that as a girl, she knew best what kind of confession methods girls liked. Mu Yu sniffled and tried his best to imagine the Tian Ran in front of him as Lan Ling. He said again, Ling, second senior brother is much better than me. I admit that I can't compare to him. He felt that he was a bit stupid. Mu Yu couldn't associate Tian Ran's simple personality with the lively and unreasonable Lan Ling. Your tone is so fake. I don't believe it, and you expect senior sister Ling to believe it. Tian Ran shook her head. Mu Yu snorted. He didn't like this second senior brother whom he had never met. He couldn't admit that he couldn't compare to him in front of Lan Ling. Is there any other way besides lying? What do you girls like? Mu Yu practiced with Tian Ran on how to apologize to Lan Ling all afternoon, but Tian Ran always gave all kinds of reasons to reject him. Why were girls so hard to please? Tian Ran tilted her head and thought for a while. She held her chin and said, "We girls want boys who are responsible, gentle and considerate, who know how to take care of people, who dare to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for the person they love, who are loyal, who take care of the family, who are full of manliness, who give people a sense of security." I have all these things you said. As a young man with 3 virtues, 4 virtues, and 5 virtues, I was born with all these. Mu Yu couldn't wait to refute. The most important thing is not to be too narcissistic, Tian Ran said slowly. Mu Yu made a face. Oh, right, looking at the face is also very important, Tian Ran added. What do you think of my face? Mu Yu shook his head and tried to squeeze out a smile that he thought was bright, handsome, and charming to thousands of girls. Tian Ran reached out and pinched Mu Yu's face. She curled her lips and said, "You have a nose, eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and ears. It's a normal human face." Mu Yu said disdainfully, "It turns out that you girls are so shallow. Master said that the most important thing for a person is a heart. Only a righteous heart will be recognized by everyone." Really? Senior Chen Feng's words are very reasonable. Tian Ran put on a fangirl expression again. Mu Yu realized that every time he mentioned something about his master, Tian Ran would eagerly nod her head in agreement. She seemed to worship Jian Ying and Chen Feng to an incomprehensible degree. Master also said that the most important thing for a girl is to be reserved. This sentence was made up by Mu Yu. Feng Haochen always said that a person should be how they should be, and there was no need to change for the outside world. Otherwise, a girl like Lan Ling would have been scolded 1,000 times by his master. Tian Ran nodded. Yes, Senior Chen Feng's words are very reasonable. My master also said the same thing to me, but I can't change. I like to do what I like and don't want to change. But if I see Senior Chen Feng and he asks me to change, I will definitely change. Mu Yu said helplessly, "Why do you worship my master so much? Even if he is a true god who saved humanity, I don't think anyone would worship him like you do, right? Aya, you don't understand. If someone tells you about a man's great achievements since you were young, over time you will also worship that person. My master talks about how good Senior Chen Feng is every day. I also want to know the good man my master talks about." Tian Ran blinked her eyes. Mu Yu was a little surprised. Is that so? Lan Ling talks about how good her second senior brother is every day. Why do I dislike that second senior brother so much? This is the difference between you boys and us girls. Tian Ran said, "You boys can't stand other men being better than you." Nonsense, I admit that eldest senior brother is much better than me. Mu Yu didn't comment. Whether it was in person or cultivation, Cheng Yang was a good man. He was also the only man Mu Yu admired besides his master. Do you still want to know how to chase senior sister Ling Er? Tian Ran put her hands on her hips and said to Mu Yu. Being refuted by Mu Yu like this made her a little dissatisfied. Tell me. Mu Yu quickly said. Girls like boys to be careful. Tell me, what does senior sister Ling Er like the most? Orchids. I see that she has one in her room. She also seems to like red, but she doesn't dislike blue either. Mu Yu tilted his head and thought for a while. He remembered that Lan Ling Er's clear ice sword was blue, but it always emitted a bright red light. He didn't know why. Then what will make her happy? Scold me. As long as I'm not as good as second senior brother, she'll be very happy, Mu Yu said with certainty. It seems that you have no chance. Can you change the person you like? For example, senior brother Xiong Nan. Tian Ran shook her head. I don't like men, Mu Yu said expressionlessly. Tian Ran pouted and sat down. After thinking for a while, she stood up again and said, It seems that I have to use my trump card. My senior sister mentioned the great tree thrusting technique. Come here. Tian Ran pulled Mu Yu up and pressed Mu Yu against the banyan tree. Tian Ran was a nascent soul cultivator, so Mu Yu didn't even have the ability to resist her. Mu Yu pressed his back against the banyan tree with a frightened expression. He had no idea what Tian Ran was going to do. The great tree thrusting technique is too lethal for girls. My senior sister told me that if someone did this to her, she would marry him. The essence of this technique is that you have to be decisive, agile, domineering, and imposing. Bang! Tian Ran's right hand landed heavily on the tree trunk next to Mu Yu's left face. Mu Yu was startled. He felt that the old banyan tree behind him seemed to have been cracked by Tian Ran's attack. He couldn't help but look at Tian Ran's hand from the corner of his eyes. Look at my eyes, don't look at my hand. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. Tian Ran scolded. Pay attention to my eyes. They have to be sharp and show a trace of ruffian feeling. They also have to show a trace of love that is easy to catch. That kind of impulse to possess the other party. Mu Yu looked at Tian Ran's eyes. Tian Ran was trying hard to blink her eyes, pretending to be sharp and domineering. But her big watery eyes, in Mu Yu's eyes, looked very cute. Her long eyelashes were blinking, which was particularly pleasing. She didn't look like a ruffian at all. She was clearly an ignorant girl pretending to be mature. In fact, Tian Ran was also a very beautiful girl. Her body exuded a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. At this moment, she had just reached the puberty stage. Her figure was graceful and slender. The two young people who had never tasted the fruit of love looked at each other strangely. For a while, the two of them suddenly blushed at the same time. Tian Ran quickly moved her arm away and acted as if nothing had happened. She said, "See, isn't it effective? Hurry up and try it out with senior sister Ling Er." Mu Yu slowly calmed down and said as if nothing had happened, "I'm worried that this method won't work on Ling Er. Lan Ling Er is different from what you think. Why won't it work? My Red Dust Sect's disciples are all female. I occasionally hear senior sister talk about what kind of men girls like. I heard senior sister say that this move is really irresistible." Tian Ran said solemnly. Mu Yu was speechless. This girl listened to her senior sister talk about this kind of thing every day. How could she still maintain such a pure personality? She was really a clear stream in the cultivation world. "I'll practice first. How about you pretend to be Lan Ling Er? If you can't resist my man's masculinity, then we should be halfway to success." Mu Yu felt that it would be awkward if he went to find Lan Ling Er so hastily. "Okay." Tian Ran used her hand to push her hair behind her back and then took the initiative to stick to the tree trunk. Mu Yu carefully stretched out his hand and pressed it against the tree trunk. "You're not domineering enough. You have to be more manly. Be more domineering." Mu Yu pulled his hand back and then hit the tree trunk hard. The poor old banyan tree trembled again. Mu Yu pondered for a long time. Finally, he said his words in a low and slow voice. "Ling Er, I like you. Can you be with me?" He buried this sentence in his heart for a long time. He just couldn't say it to Ling Er. He had always been afraid that Lan Ling Er would reject him. If Lan Ling Er rejected him, then wouldn't it be very awkward when they met every day? Okay. Tian Ran nodded. "Hey, you agreed just like that?" Mu Yu said in surprise. "I'm not senior sister Ling Er. It's useless even if I agree," Tian Ran said with a smile. Mu Yu practiced on Tian Ran a few more times. When he thought that he had completely grasped the essence of the tree thrusting technique, he finally decided to summon up the courage to confess to Lan Ling Er. The feelings for Ling Er in his heart had been suppressed for so long. It was time to release them. Come on, what's so difficult about confessing? At most, you'll just be a good person card. It won't hurt or itch. Tian Ran encouraged Mu Yu from time to time. She also wanted to join in the fun. "What good person card?" Mu Yu asked in confusion. Tian Ran shook her head. "I don't know. Senior sister said that you can't be too heartless when rejecting men. You have to give them a good person card. I don't understand what that means. Maybe it's to write a note to reject them tactfully. What nonsense are you talking about?" Mu Yu felt that Tian Ran's words were getting more and more mysterious. He felt that Tian Ran's words were completely useless. He walked around the mountain and didn't find Lan Ling Er. He asked Kong Kong and Miao Miao, who were already planning to roast the monster eggs directly. They said that Lan Ling seemed to be going to the mountainside to cultivate. When Mu Yu found Lan Ling she wasn't cultivating. She was sitting there, looking into the distance, thinking about something. Mu Yu coughed twice to let Lan Ling know that he was here. What? Is there something wrong with your throat? Lan Ling turned her head and asked. Mu Yu ignored Lan Ling sarcasm. He said seriously, Ling come here. I have something to say to you. If you have something to say, just say it, Lan Ling said impatiently. Mu Yu stood next to the tree. Tian Ran was secretly looking at them from not far away. He felt a little embarrassed and said again, come here. There are some things that you don't want others to know. Lan Ling looked at Mu Yu suspiciously, but she still walked over. She happened to be standing next to the tree. Mu Yu felt that she was standing in the right position, so he reached out and pressed Lan Ling's shoulder against the tree trunk. He calmed himself down and suddenly reached out his hand to hit the tree behind Lan Ling. What are you doing? Lan Ling suddenly raised her leg and kicked Mu Yu, sending him flying. Mu Yu was caught off guard. He screamed as his body involuntarily flew over the rocks and fell down the mountain. Chapter 113. For the next few days, Mu Yu didn't want to talk nonsense with Tian Ran. Her legendary tree pinning technique made Mu Yu understand that naive people couldn't be trusted. Tian Ran's rotten idea caused Mu Yu to be kicked by Lan Ling for no reason. Although Lan Ling didn't use any strength and Mu Yu didn't feel any pain, he couldn't raise his head in front of Lan Ling. After losing so much face, he didn't dare to look straight at Lan Ling anymore. Naturally, the so-called tree pinning technique didn't work. Mu Yu Gij, don't ignore me. Tian Ran had been pestering Mu Yu these days, calling him Gij. Mu Yu actually didn't blame Tian Ran. He was the one who was stupid. How could the so-called tree pinning technique work on a girl like Lan Ling? He blamed himself for not even daring to confess to someone he liked. He was really useless. Okay, what do you want to do? You're making me unable to cultivate, Mu Yu said. He didn't know how Tian Ran got her nascent soul stage cultivation. She was younger than him, but her cultivation was so much higher than his. If he didn't cultivate properly, he would be left behind by Tian Ran. Should we go to the city under the Zhouhua school's jurisdiction to inquire about the Gate of Hell? Tian Ran suggested. City. Is it a place with delicious food? Xiao Shuai's round body turned around. He had been boiled and roasted by the two idlers for the past few days, and even had his eggshell broken into rocks. He had suffered all kinds of hardships, but his skin had always been very thick, and his eggshell couldn't crack. Thinking about it, he had taken a slap from a nascent soul stage cultivator. How could Kong Kong and Miao Miao's level of attainment do anything to him? Even if there's food, you can't eat it. Mu Yu rolled his eyes at Xiao Shuai. When I come out, I'll definitely eat to my heart's content. Little Handsome jumped up and down. All right, I'll take you there. Tian Ran liked Xiao Shuai very much. She had never seen an egg that could talk before. She held Xiao Shuai in her arms and gently stroked him. Xiao Shuai rubbed against her chest and said, Sister Tian Ran, your hug is soft, comfortable, and warm. Mu Yu was dissatisfied with Xiao Shuai's shameless behavior, so he took it out of Tian Ran's arms and threw it out. It hit a stone and disappeared into the grass. All right, let's go to Yi City and take a look. Mu Yu felt that it was time to take a look at what the world of cultivation had become. No one knew how Zhouhua School and Qingsong School were dividing the forces in the Moyun mountain range, and what the Gate of Hell was going to do next needed to be investigated. Xiao Shuai cursed as he rolled back from the grass and went back into Tian Ran's arms. And Shu didn't agree to let Mu Yu and Tian Ran go out, but he reluctantly agreed because of Tian Ran's nascent soul stage cultivation. So the two people and the egg left Luochen Mountain and flew towards Yi City. Yi City was under the management of Zhouhua School. Now that Tian Ran was sure that the mysterious person behind Zhouhua School came from the Gate of Hell, they naturally had to go there to find out what Zhouhua School was doing now. Yi City was much smaller than Qingshou City, but most of the people in Yi City were cultivators. Many cultivators traded various herbs and materials for refining magic weapons here. As the two alliances gradually formed in the Moyun mountain range, the people who belonged to Qingsong School in Yi City rarely came here. This was already the main gathering place of the cultivators in the Zhouhua alliance. Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai didn't attract much attention as they walked on the street. Although Mu Yu once performed outstandingly in Qingsong School's competition, not many people had seen him before. They walked on the bustling street and looked at all kinds of cultivators, and they heard some news. Recently, Perfected Zhouhua planned to form the core guards of the Zhouhua alliance. It was said that they would be specially used to guard the Zhouhua alliance. These people would be personally guided by Perfected Zhouhua, who was in the nascent soul stage, and they would be trained to be the backbone of the Zhouhua alliance. The cultivators who participated in the selection of the core guards of the Zhouhua alliance had to be in the Jindan period. Whether they were members of the Zhouhua alliance or not, as long as they were loyal to Perfected Zhouhua, they could participate. It was said that Perfected Zhouhua would use his nascent soul stage vital essence to wash these people's muscles and marrow, and forcibly improve their physical quality. Thus, they could break through the existing shackles and step into a higher realm with the help of Perfected Zhouhua. As soon as this news came out, the cultivation world was suddenly stirred. Many cultivators in the Jindan period were eager to take action. First of all, because of Perfected Zhouhua's reputation, some people were trapped in the Jindan period for their whole lives and couldn't make any progress in their cultivation. If they could receive personal guidance from Perfected Zhouhua, it wouldn't be a problem for them to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, the legendary marrow cleansing could forcibly raise a cultivator's innate talent by a level. Innate talent was often the chasm that hindered a cultivator's cultivation progress. If one could raise their innate talent by a level, their cultivation speed would increase by several times. Everyone would be jealous of such a good thing. Lastly, it could prolong one's life. Many cultivators in the Jindan period were very old, and some even had one foot in the coffin. The stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Therefore, prolong one's life was very tempting for many old cultivators. Perfected Zhouhua had already achieved the nascent soul stage. If they could gain the favor of Perfected Zhouhua and become a core member of the Zhouhua alliance, their status would definitely rise. Therefore, whether it was the leaders or elders of the various sects, or even many old monsters who lived in seclusion, all came to participate. Yi City had become a gathering place in the Jindan period. Mu Yu and the others came early. This event would be held in 4 days. Perfected Zhouhua didn't specify how they would be selected. Everyone was saying that he would personally select suitable cultivators in the Jindan period, and then use his nascent soul stage vital essence to wash their muscles and marrow. You're also in the nascent soul stage. Can you do this? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. Tian Ran frowned. How can I do it? If it's so easy to improve a person's talent by consuming his nascent soul stage cultivation, then aren't we all geniuses? Washing muscles and marrow does exist, but it requires the use of the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill is extremely precious, and the refining conditions are extremely complicated. Only people from the Danding sect can refine it. It's a 6th-level pill, a very high-grade pill. It can turn an ordinary person who can't cultivate into a person who can cultivate. Moreover, it's not absolute. Where is the Danding sect? It was the first time Mu Yu had heard of this sect, but he still took a deep breath when he heard about the 6th-level pill. He had heard from his master that alchemists who could refine 5th-level pills were very rare in the cultivation world. Their status in the cultivation world was very high, and 6th-level pills were even more heaven-defying. The slave pill was a 6th-level pill. At that time, he didn't know that alchemists only existed in the 3 continents. He thought that there were alchemists in the Moyun mountain range. I forgot that you don't know anything. The Danding sect is a sect that specializes in refining pills. There is no sect in the Moyun mountain range that knows how to refine pills, so there is no alchemist. The identity of an alchemist is very noble. Some pills are very heaven-defying. It's not rare for them to grow flesh and bones from the dead. The Danding sect status in the 3 continents is very high. Even the 8 sects have to respect it. Tien Ran's face was full of awe when she talked about alchemists. Since it's impossible for Zhenren Zhouhua to wash the muscles and marrow of the Jindan period cultivators, then why did he recruit so many people from the Jindan period? Mu Yu and Tien Ran found a tea house to sit down. In order to not let Xiao Shuai talk nonsense and attract attention, Mu Yu let Xiao Shuai sleep on Tien Ran's chest and found a piece of cloth to cover it. He didn't want to bring this egg, but it stubbornly followed them. Tien Ran shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's just a gimmick to attract more people from the Jindan period. The reason why they came to this tea house was because Tien Ran said that there were a few extraordinary people in this tea house. However, she didn't specifically point out who they were, and Mu Yu couldn't distinguish them. Although he had now stepped into the Jindan period, the Jindan period was different from the Foundation Establishment period. The strength of each layer was very different. If there were any extraordinary people in this tea house, Mu Yu wouldn't be able to detect it. Zhenren Zhouhua's recruitment of core guards was not compulsory. Instead, everyone in the Zhouhua alliance was free to choose to participate. The reward proposed by Zhenren Zhouhua was so tempting that it attracted many famous masters of the Jindan period in the cultivation world. In fact, there were many Jindan period cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. Generally, each sect had at least 10 of them. Even the Qiantian school had 5 Jindan period cultivators, not to mention other sects. However, the cultivation of the weaker sects in the Jindan period was not high. They were only at the first or second layer of the Jindan period. This was also the reason why the Zhouhua school could deter most sects with 33 Jindan period cultivators. Taoist Qi Yang, who was at the 5th layer of the Jindan period, could make many people disarm and surrender. The Moyun mountain range was short of spiritual energy, so many people were not young when they reached the Jindan period. Most of them were elders in the sects. Some of them even had white hair and were leaning on crutches as if they could not even walk. However, they still came to participate in the selection of Zhenren Zhouhua's core guards. This made people wonder if they were qualified to be the core guards of the Zhouhua alliance. These elders originally had high status and seniority in their respective sects. However, after submitting to the Zhouhua alliance, everything was decided by the Zhouhua school. Their identity and status had become a joke. Zhenren Zhouhua sent his elders to each sect. To put it nicely, they were helping to manage the sects. In fact, the original leaders and elders of each sect had no right to speak in front of the elders of the Zhouhua school. If they wanted better treatment in the Zhouhua alliance, they had to fight for it themselves. Now, they could be appreciated by Zhenren Zhouhua, improve their talent, and prolong their life. This was an opportunity that many elders who did not have much life left in them could only come by chance. Cough cough, cough cough. At this moment, a staggering figure suddenly walked slowly into the tea house. It was an old woman with almost all her hair gone. Her back was hunched and she was leaning on a crutch with a snake head. The snake head on the crutch was pale green and lifelike, just like a real snake. It was even spitting out its scarlet tongue. The old woman's face was scrunched up and she could not stop coughing. She looked like someone who had just climbed out of a coffin. The moment she walked into the tea house, it was as if the tea house had suddenly turned from spring to winter. Everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The mortals who had no cultivation were even shivering. It's Snake Lady Jade. Why is this old monster, a reclusive loose cultivator, here? It's said that when the Qingsong Taoist asked her to come out of seclusion, she was flatly rejected. Her cultivation seems to be on par with the Qingsong Taoist. She's at the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Could it be that she's also here for Zhenren Zhouhua's marrow cleansing? The cultivators in the tea house were all whispering and pointing at Snake Lady Green. Snake Lady Jade did not even look at the others. She slowly walked with her crutch and sat down in front of an empty table. The waiter in the tea house was a mortal. He had received so many cultivators today and was already trembling in fear. Now that another one had come to cool down, he was extremely scared. Dong. Immediately after, the heavy crutch hit the ground. Another person stepped into the tea house. This person was an old man with a rosy complexion. His skin was ruddy and he was in high spirits. If not for his head of white hair, one would not be able to tell that he was an old man. The crutch in his hand was blood red. There was a dragon head on the crutch, looking mighty and domineering. After the old man walked into the tea house, the surrounding temperature began to warm up, gradually suppressing the chill brought by Snake Lady Jade. "It's Duke Red Dragon. He's here too." Duke Red Dragon and Snake Lady Jade are known as the Condor heroes of the cultivation world. But I heard that the two of them had a conflict more than 10 years ago. It has reached the point of life and death. Will they fight after meeting here today? These two people's cultivation is not below the Qingsong Taoist and Zhenren Zhouhua during the Jindan period. Duke Red Dragon's aura was the complete opposite of Snake Lady Jade's aura. He had a strong masculine aura, forming a stark contrast with Snake Lady Jade's sinister yin aura. Snake Lady Jade's trembling hand held up the teacup. Her hand could not stop trembling. Half of the tea splashed out, but every drop of tea floated in the air. Then, the tea suddenly turned and flew towards Duke Red Dragon. No one expected Snake Lady Jade to directly attack Duke Red Dragon. But Duke Red Dragon did not even move. The tea turned into steam before it reached his body. "Old woman, we haven't met for more than 10 years. Is this how you greet me?" Duke Red Dragon's voice was loud and clear like thunder. Compared to Snake Lady Jade's yin aura, he gave people a better impression. "It seems that you don't have much time left." Snake Lady Jade's voice was very unpleasant, like someone was using their fingernails to scratch on the table. "Yes. It seems that I have to enter the coffin before you." Duke Red Dragon did not have any angry expression. Duke Red Dragon looked hale and hearty. How did he look like a person who was about to die? If anyone was going to die, it should be that hunchbacked snake lady who could not even hold her tea properly. Chapter 114. You're just a pile of rotten bones, and you still expect perfected Zhouhua to cleanse your meridians? Snake Lady laughed. When she laughed, her face scrunched up like an ugly chrysanthemum. People could not bear to look at it. "Aren't you the same?" Duke Red Dragon laughed heartily. His smile was bright and sunny. He did not look like a dying man at all. Instead, he looked like an amiable neighbor, making people feel close to him. "I remember before perfected Zhouhua stepped into the cultivation world, he wanted to take you as his master. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, but you chased him away because you thought he was too soft. Now, the tables have turned. The disciple you did not want back then has become a high and mighty nascent soul venerable, and you still have the cheek to beg him?" Snake Lady snorted. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Perfected Zhouhua wanted to take Duke Red Dragon as his master back then but was rejected. Now that perfected Zhouhua's status was insufferably high, Duke Red Dragon's intestines were probably green with regret, right? If Duke Red Dragon had agreed to take in perfected Zhouhua back then, he would be a nascent soul master now. His status would be indescribably high. "I was wrong back then, but now that I am willing to submit to him, he should give me some face, right? As for you, Qingsong Taoist once asked you to come out of seclusion, but you chased him away. Don't you think you regret it now?" Duke Red Dragon also found a seat and sat down. His hand let go of his walking stick, but it remained in the same spot, not moving at all. The two of them were originally a famous cultivation couple in the cultivation world, but for some reason, they became enemies. Whenever the other did something, the other would interfere and do something completely different. The two of them had always wanted to kill each other, but their cultivation levels were the same. Neither of them could kill the other. Thus, when the two of them met, they would expose each other's weaknesses. Before they had the confidence to kill the other, they would not easily make a move. "You're an arrogant person. Back then, you looked down on enlightened Master Zhouhua. Now that he's attained his nascent soul true body, you're here to join him. You sure are shameless," mocked Granny by Snake miserably. Duke Red Dragon shook his head. "Humans are all afraid of death. What is there to be afraid of in life? If Reverend Zhouhua can really cleanse my meridians and let me live for a few more years, Working for him is not a big deal. Aren't you also here to seek refuge with Reverend Johua? The two of them discussed these things as if there was no one else around, not avoiding the fact that they were about to die. However, no one dared to underestimate them. Even if they didn't have much lifespan left, it was more than enough to kill everyone present. If Daoist Johua used his nascent soul true essence to prolong their lifespans, then these two joining the Johua alliance would be a huge blow to the Pine Tree Alliance. Think about it, these two were existences comparable to the Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua in the past. How could the Chingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua not take them in? In the past, they could not invite these two people, but now, they did not even need to. These two people automatically came to seek refuge. Lady Jade Snake revealed a sinister smile. I'm not here to seek refuge, I'm here to see how the cowardly you kneel in front of the person you mocked in the past. You have never lowered your head to anyone in your life, but kneeling in front of Reverend Johua is something I can't wait to see. Haha. Life is unpredictable. I've held my head high my whole life, it's good to experience the feeling of lowering my head once in a while. Furthermore, it's not shameful to lower my head in front of a nascent soul true essence. After all, he kneeled in front of me for 3 days and 3 nights, right? I have something to brag about. Duke Red Dragon said frankly. Mu Yu looked at the two of them bickering. With his perception of life force, he could feel that this masculine Duke Red Dragon did not have many months left to live. Duke Red Dragon's cultivation method was probably inseparable from his masculine yang qi. He was using his own life force to maintain his masculine yang qi, and now, he did not have much life force left. As for the gloomy old woman, she looked like she had 1 foot in the grave and would fall with a gust of wind. But in fact, the yin-yang qi in her body was slowing down the loss of her life force. When too much yin-yang qi was gathered, it would produce death qi. A person with too much death qi would be a dead person. This old woman was equivalent to a walking corpse, but she relied on death qi to survive and stored her life force. Mu Yu conservatively estimated that this old woman could live for 5 to 6 years. Old man, I cut off your manhood with my own hands, but your yang qi is still so strong, you must have sucked the yang qi of many men, right? The old woman said dryly. What? Once the old woman said this, everyone was in an uproar. This Duke Red Dragon was such a masculine man, yet he did not have that thing. No wonder the husband and wife turned against each other. Duke Red Dragon probably wanted to cut this Lady Jade Snake into pieces. This old woman was so vicious, she actually cut off her husband's manhood. What did her husband do to her that she would do such a thing? Oh right, I still have your manhood. If you kowtow to me, I will return it to you, maybe I can even reattach it. Anyway, you have already put down your dignity, you don't have to show off in front of me. Lady Jade Snake knocked on her snake-headed walking stick, and the snake-headed walking stick suddenly spat out something. Everyone took a closer look and immediately felt their hair stand on end. Their nether regions could not help but tighten as they looked at the old woman with strange eyes. This old woman was truly abnormal. Even now, she was still able to preserve that thing intact. Duke Red Dragon finally stopped smiling, his face was terrifyingly dark, and the walking stick beside him started to tremble. To a man, not having that thing was the greatest humiliation of his life. He, Duke Red Dragon, was famous in the cultivation world, but his dignity as a man was destroyed by his own wife, not to mention saying it in public. No one in the cultivation world knew about this, but now, everyone in the tea house heard about it. Old woman, do you know that everyone in the tea house will pay with their lives because of your words? Duke Red Dragon said solemnly. Pay with their lives? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They were all here to see how perfected Johua would choose his core guards. It was only a coincidence that they ended up in this tea house. They did not expect to hear the famous Duke Red Dragon's secret. When they heard this news, they wanted to treat it as a joke and tell their friends later, but Duke Red Dragon did not seem to want to give them the chance. What does their deaths have to do with me? Leave a few men alive, I will help you kill them, you can do whatever you want with the women. Lady Jade Snake looked around slowly. There were more than 20 people in the tea house, most of them were male cultivators, Only 4 or 5 were female cultivators. She was quite satisfied with this. Everyone stood up. They looked at Duke Red Dragon warily. Duke Red Dragon had already said that he was going to kill them all. These people knew Duke Red Dragon's secret. How could Duke Red Dragon allow them to live? With Duke Red Dragon's current golden core 9th layer cultivation, killing them was just a matter of waving his hand. Senior Red Dragon, this has nothing to do with us. We did not hear anything. Please, Senior Red Dragon. Before one person could finish his sentence, he could not speak anymore. The dragon head walking stick had already pierced his throat, taking his life in the blink of an eye. Go! Everyone immediately fled in all directions, but Red Dragon Duke's actions were extremely fast. The dragon head walking stick was like a ghostly blade that reaped lives, interweaving in the tea house like the phantom of a death god, reaping one life after another. Damn it! Mu Yu hated this kind of situation where he killed people randomly. Before he could do anything, Tian Ran had already pulled him and disappeared from the tea house. At once, the tea house that was bustling with activity was filled with blood. The entire tea house became a bloody hell on earth. Only the tea on the table was still steaming. I told you to leave a few for me. The old woman was a little disappointed. There was no blood on her body at all. The snakehead walking stick had also swallowed the thing back. Didn't I leave 3 for you? Duke Red Dragon glanced at the middle-aged man in plain clothes sitting in the corner, as well as a drunkard sleeping on the table, and a beautiful middle-aged woman looking out of the window in a daze. The 3 of them did not move from beginning to end, as if the deaths of the people around them had nothing to do with them. Wildness God Liu Ru Tian, drunkard 7th brother, and flower fairy, I am not confident of winning. How have you been? The old woman smiled bitterly as she greeted them. An ordinary tea house was actually hiding 5 9th heavenly layer Jindan stage expert. 2 actually escaped. Duke Red Dragon's expression was twisted. Losing his man's backing was his secret. He was a person who cared about his face a lot. Today, when Snake Lady revealed it, he wanted to kill everyone and let this secret sink to the bottom, but he could not kill some of them. 2 of them even escaped. In a small alley of Yi City, Tian Ran and Mu Yu appeared. Mu Yu was a little depressed. He knew he could not stop Duke Red Dragon from killing people, but he did not like the feeling of watching lives being taken away. I'm sorry, brother Mu Yu, I can't do anything. There are 2 nascent soul auras in Yi City. They will sense me if I do anything. Tian Ran said guiltily. She thought Mu Yu was angry at her. So many people were going to be killed just because they knew Duke Red Dragon's secret. Tian Ran could have stopped them, but she sensed Gui Shenyu and Daoist Zhouhua the moment she came to Yi City, so she did not dare to act rashly. Mu Yu shook his head. No need to apologize, we can't be discovered. Duke Red Dragon and Snake Lady, this couple had committed all kinds of evil. They were ruthless and killed each other. How could there be such cruel people in this world? Let's find a place to stay. Let's see why Daoist Zhouhua chose the core guards of the Alliance. Mu Yu faintly felt that this matter was not so simple. If Daoist Zhouhua wanted to choose guards, he could have gathered all the guards of the Zhouhua Alliance during the Jindan period and choose one by one. The guards of the Zhouhua Alliance had to be loyal to the Zhouhua Alliance, which was a job that many faction masters and elders could fulfill. However, the Zhouhua Immortal made such a big deal out of it, attracting so many old monsters who had been living in seclusion for a long time. Was it purely to expand his influence? It must be noted that although these hermit masters didn't dare to act rashly due to Immortal Zhouhua's prestige, they had chosen to live in seclusion because they didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the cultivation world. Chapter 115. No one would have thought that there were already 6 or 7 Golden Core 9th Heavenly Layer and 10 Golden Core 8th Heavenly Layer old monsters gathered in Yi City. These people were once famous figures in Moyun mountain range, but they had gradually disappeared. Everyone thought that they were already in their coffins, but when they heard that perfected Zhouhua was selecting the core guards of the Alliance, and that he would personally help them cleanse their meridians and extend their lifespans, all of them crawled out of their coffins and came to seek refuge. These 6 or 7 Golden Core 9th Heavenly Layer figures, if some of them wanted to establish their own sects, they would not lose to the Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhouhua. However, They lacked the management ability of Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhouhua, and also because of their peaceful nature, they did not compete with the Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhouhua. There was a general appointment stage in the center of Yi City, which was built for the selection of core guards this time, and could accommodate a few hundred people. Today was the day that perfected Zhouhua personally came to select the core guards, and it was crowded early in the morning. There were already more than 100 Jindan period cultivators standing on the general appointment stage. With so many Jindan period cultivators gathered together, a huge pressure was emitted, pressing down on the foundation establishment and qi refinement stage cultivators, causing their hearts to palpitate. The spectators were all foundation establishment stage cultivators, and most of them wanted to see the glory of perfected Zhouhua. These 100 Jindan period cultivators standing there were already like the sun in the sky, insufferably arrogant. When had everyone seen more than 100 Jindan period cultivators appear at the same time? That is Duke Red Dragon, right? Why isn't Snake Lady Green here? I heard that on the day they came, everyone in the tea house was killed by them. I don't know why, but Duke Red Dragon doesn't look like a bad person. That is Mad God Liu Rutian, right? I heard that 20 years ago, he used a mad blade to fight Qingsong Taoist for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally ended in a draw. 20 years have passed, why does he still look so young? In terms of appearance, is he as young as Flower Fairy? Flower Fairy is the oldest among them, right? That drunkard old 7 who is snoring while standing is the oldest. Those who were knowledgeable were discussing the old monsters on the stage, while those who were ignorant were listening attentively. The nascent soul stage Daoist Master Zhouhua had attracted so many people from the older generation. If these people could be used by Daoist Master Zhouhua, then the strength of the Zhouhua Alliance would immediately surpass the strength of the Pine Tree Alliance. An imposing aura suddenly enveloped the entire Yi City. This aura completely overshadowed the aura of more than 100 Jindan period cultivators. It enveloped everyone's body, causing everyone's heart to feel as if a rock was tied to it. Their minds were almost unstable. Everyone was slightly startled. They immediately understood that the Reverend Zhouhua had arrived. "Welcome, Venerable Zhouhua." No one knew who shouted, but the people of Yi City all retreated like the tide and respectfully knelt down. The scene was extremely spectacular. The Reverend Zhouhua was now the god of the Zhouhua Alliance. The people of Yi City were all subordinates of the Zhouhua Alliance, which was why they were so respectful. More than 100 Jindan cultivators also knelt on the ground without exception. Only 7 old monsters of the 9th celestial layer did not kneel. They only bowed. At this moment, they did not belong to the Zhouhua Alliance. Unless the Reverend Zhouhua deliberately pressured them, it would be impossible for them to kneel. However, the Reverend Zhouhua did not do so. The Reverend Zhouhua wore a gorgeous and noble robe. His red robe fluttered without wind, and he wore a purple-gold Daoist crown. His body faintly flashed with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. He was like a god, sacred and inviolable. No one dared to raise their heads to look at him. They did not dare to do so. The Reverend Zhouhua stood on the stage. He nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoists, please rise." Only then did everyone stand up. Many people looked at the Reverend Zhouhua with eyes full of fanaticism. The aura of a nascent soul venerable was like the sun in the sky, shining on everyone. The palpitating feeling just now had disappeared. At this moment, no one felt a trace of oppression. Instead, they felt comfortable in body and mind. However, they did not dare to have the slightest disrespect. This was the aura that a supreme king should have. Now that Yu Meng is ready to make a move, I took the safety of the cultivation world as my responsibility and established the Zhouhua Alliance. However, if the Zhouhua Alliance wants to cultivate a force that can compete with Yu Meng, it is not enough to rely on me alone. Therefore, I have decided to cultivate 49 core guards as the backbone of the alliance. The cultivation of these 49 people must be in the Jindan period. I will use my nascent soul stage True Yuan to personally cleanse the muscles and marrow of these 49 people, raising their talents to a higher level. At the same time, I will guide their cultivation to a higher level. This will also allow those who are nearing the end of their lifespans to live for another 20 years with my help. Cleanse the muscles and marrow, improve their cultivation, and live for another 20 years. As soon as the Reverend Johua finished speaking, the breathing of many people below the stage quickened. Becoming a core guard of the Johua Alliance with such a generous treatment was enough to make many people follow the Reverend Johua around. For those old seniors who were nearing the end of their lifespans, they were willing to do their best even if they could live for another year. 1 year was not a long time, but it was not short either. Perhaps they could make a breakthrough within this year. Wouldn't that mean their lifespan would increase? However, the Reverend Johua actually said that with his help, they could live for another 20 years. How could people not go crazy? Many people hated that they had not reached the Jindan period and were unable to become one of the 49 favorites. As for those who had reached the Jindan period, they looked at the Reverend Johua with eager eyes, hoping that they would be lucky enough to be chosen by the Reverend Johua. When the words 20 more years of life came out of his mouth, even the old monsters at the 8th and 9th level of Jindan were shocked. It must be known that living for another 20 years was something that could only be encountered by chance. For those old monsters of the 9th Jindan stage, they hoped to break through to the nascent soul stage their whole life. They did not know the limits of the immortal confining prison. They only saw that the Qingsong Taoist and the Reverend Johua had both broken through to the nascent soul stage. They thought that if they could get the guidance of the Reverend Johua or the Qingsong Taoist, perhaps reaching the nascent soul stage would no longer be a dream. This was also the reason why those old monsters of the 9th Jindan stage came out of seclusion and came here. I am willing to use my own nascent soul true essence to cleanse everyone's meridians in the hope that everyone can take responsibility for the world as their own. While fighting for a longer life for themselves, you can also help us eliminate the human and contribute to the peace of mankind. The Reverend Johua's words were sincere, like an emperor who cared about the country and the people. Hearing this, many hot-headed youths felt their blood boil. They could not wait to find Johua, cut off his head, and ask for a reward from the Reverend Johua. This Reverend Johua said it so nicely and scared these people. What is he trying to do? In a guest room of a restaurant, Mu Yu and Tian Ran poked through the paper window and peeped at the scene below. They searched several places before they found the best place to peep. As for the owner of the room, he probably went downstairs to pay his respects to the Reverend Johua. Let a person live for another 20 years, only he can say that. He can only deceive these frogs at the bottom of the well. If a nascent soul stage cultivator really had this ability, then all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage wouldn't have to die. Tian Ran curled her lips. However, he has already successfully attracted so many 8th and 9th Jindan stage cultivators. As long as he uses them as bait, he can command these people to put pressure on the Pine Tree Alliance. He can even start a war and cause a conflict between the two alliances. At that time, many people will die. Wouldn't the people of the Gate of Hell get what they want? Mu Yu said. Didn't you guess that the red-clothed youth behind the Qingsong Taoist is also from the Gate of Hell? In that case, aren't the Pine Tree Alliance and the Johua Alliance their own people? If you want them to fight, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Just give the order and let them fight. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Reverend Johua and the Qingsong Taoist, right? Tian Ran said. The people of the Moyun mountain range aren't fools. If you don't intensify the conflict between the two alliances and make them fight for no reason, who will do their best? Right now, everyone is still brooding over the destruction of their sects. However, they don't dare to say anything because of the cultivation of the Qingsong Taoist and the Reverend Johua. They more or less have some resentment in their hearts. The Qingsong Taoist and the Reverend Johua naturally have to buy people's hearts first. They have to strengthen their own alliances and make their people loyal to their alliances. This way, they will work harder to kill people for their alliances in the future. In fact, Mu Yu wasn't sure whether the people behind the Qingsong Taoist and the Reverend Johua were really from the Gate of Hell. Tian Ran only knew that the person behind the Reverend Johua was a nascent soul cultivator named Gui Shenyu from the Gate of Hell. However, Mu Yu knew nothing about the red-clothed youth. Tien Ran didn't know who the red-clothed youth was. Each of you candidates, come forward one by one. I will personally select you. First of all, I don't choose based on your cultivation, age, or background. What I care about is whether each of you is worthy of me spending my true essence to cleanse your meridians and marrows, and whether you have the ability to increase your realm. Therefore, even if your cultivation is at the first heavenly layer of the Golden Core realm, I may still accept you. The words of the Reverend Zhouhua interrupted the discussion between Mu Yu and Tien Ran. Mu Yu once again looked at the Reverend Zhouhua to see how he would select the candidates. After the Reverend Zhouhua finished speaking, the people whose cultivation was at the bottom of the Jindan period immediately showed joy on their faces. They thought that they had no chance at all compared to the other 9th and 8th heavenly layers of the Golden Core realm. The words of the Reverend Zhouhua seemed to have given them a reassuring pill. Since the selection wasn't based on cultivation, age, or background, didn't that mean that all of them had the same chance? Those 8th and 9th heavenly layers of the Golden Core realm wouldn't come out on top. Everyone in the Jindan period raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Their faces were solemn, and their eyes were full of reverence as they looked at the Reverend Zhouhua on the stage. They strived to show their best side to the Reverend Zhouhua, and then be one of the 49 lucky ones to be selected by the Reverend Zhouhua. Chapter 116. Reverend Zhouhua sat calmly on the throne carved from red jade, like a supreme emperor, overlooking everyone. All the Jindan period cultivators lined up in an orderly manner, looking at Reverend Zhouhua on the steps. The first one to walk up was a middle-aged cultivator at the second celestial stage of the Golden Core realm. He knelt in front of the immortal Zhouhua with a respectful and expectant look on his face, hoping that he could become one of the 49 favorites. Reverend Zhouhua stretched out his hand and pressed it on his head. A golden light shrouded the middle-aged cultivator. The golden light flashed with a faint pressure, wrapping him in it. Everyone stared at the middle-aged cultivator, only to see him close his eyes. His whole person seemed a little nervous, and then a trace of pain seemed to appear on his face, but he did not dare to show it, clenching his teeth and persevering. After a while, the golden light on the middle-aged cultivator's body dissipated. His face was a little pale, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Reverend Zhouhua nodded and said, "Your physical condition meets my requirements, stand to the left." That person was overjoyed, hurriedly thanked, and then respectfully stood to the left of Reverend Zhouhua. Everyone did not know what Reverend Zhouhua was testing, but when they saw that the first person to pass was only at the second layer of Jindan period, those Jindan period cultivators with lower cultivation immediately smiled. Although the golden light emitted by Reverend Zhouhua seemed to be very oppressive, that person did not seem to have suffered any injuries, so no one cared about it. "You can't," Reverend Zhouhua said to the second person who was at the 5th layer of Jindan period. That person's face showed extreme disappointment, but also a little unconvinced. The first person who was at the 2nd layer of Jindan period could pass. Why couldn't he, who was at the 5th layer of Jindan period, pass? However, he did not dare to ask, and could only dejectedly leave. This Reverend Zhouhua made everyone who tested kneel in front of him. What a great style. I just don't know what he is testing. Mu Yu frowned. Perfected Zhouhua's status in the world of cultivation was already extremely noble. Now that he had achieved the true body of the nascent soul, he had become a godlike existence. Even those arrogant sect elders were willing to kneel in front of Reverend Zhouhua. Reverend Zhouhua only used his hand to touch each person's head, as if he was sensing something in each person's body, but he didn't know what it was exactly. Under the cover of the golden light, the people being tested looked as if they had fought for 300 rounds with someone. They looked a little exhausted, but other than that, there was nothing special. "I'm not sure. Reverend Zhouhua should be looking for someone for the gate of hell." Tien Ran was also puzzled. She didn't know what Reverend Zhouhua was up to. That golden light wasn't actually emitted by Reverend Zhouhua, but a ring on his hand. However, Tien Ran had never seen that ring before. Who is he looking for? Mu Yu was puzzled. Didn't the people from the Gate of Hell come to Moyun mountain range to look for Jianying Chenfeng? Now that Reverend Johua already knew that Jianying Chenfeng was the sect master of Falling Dust sect, who else was he looking for? More than 40 golden core cultivators had already been tested by Reverend Johua. Among them, only 10 passed the requirements. These 10 people were of different ages. Some of them were only around 40 years old, while others looked to be 70 or 80 years old. Their hair was all white, and they had long passed the age of 70. Although they were all in the gold core stage, their cultivation was uneven, and it was difficult to see what they had in common. Greetings, Venerable. Duke Red Dragon walked forward and bowed slightly. Once Duke Red Dragon walked forward, many people quieted down and looked at Duke Red Dragon with an attitude of watching a good show. Duke Red Dragon was a famous lone cultivator in the cultivation world. His cultivation was extraordinary and he was already at Golden Core 9th Heavenly Layer. Those who knew about his body defect were all killed by him in the tea house. Thus, no one knew what happened that day. Everyone knew that Duke Red Dragon's cultivation was comparable to the former Qingsong Taoist and Reverend Johua. He was naturally a rare talent. In fact, if he wanted to establish his own sect, Moyun Mountain Range wouldn't only be dominated by Qingsong School and Johua School. If he could be subdued by Reverend Johua, he would definitely become Johua's right-hand man. Reverend Johua raised his head and looked at Duke Red Dragon. He suddenly smiled. Isn't this Senior Duke Red Dragon? With Senior Duke Red Dragon's personality, why would he come here? This senior made everyone feel strange. It was also very grating to Duke Red Dragon. Actually, many people in the cultivation world knew about Reverend Johua's past. When he was young, Johua wanted to become Duke Red Dragon's disciple. Unfortunately, Duke Red Dragon was very influential in the cultivation world at that time and looked down on Johua. He refused to take him in as a disciple. Now that Reverend Johua had become a formidable person, Duke Red Dragon came to join Reverend Johua. This was a rather interesting matter. Lord Venerable is too kind. In the cultivation world, the strong are respected. I can't accept this senior. Venerable is famous. I naturally hope that with my Golden Core 9th layer cultivation, I can help Venerable and contribute to the peace of humanity. Duke Red Dragon said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He purposely mentioned that he was in the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. In many people's eyes, the words 9th level of the Golden Core realm carried a lot of weight. Although Immortal Johua was a nascent soul realm cultivator, he couldn't do everything himself. If he had someone in the 9th level of the Golden Core realm to do something for him, he naturally wouldn't refuse such an expert. Reverend Johua stroked his white beard and nodded. It's rare for Duke Red Dragon to be so righteous. It was not in vain that I wanted to become your disciple when I was young. Reverend Johua did not avoid this matter. With his current cultivation, no one dared to gossip about him. Now, the one with the bigger fist was the boss. I was short-sighted and did not see Lord Venerable's potential. I hope Lord Venerable does not blame me. Duke Red Dragon's expression was awkward. He was indeed filled with regret. Who would have thought that Reverend Johua, whom he once looked down on, would have accomplishments far above him? Back then, he was blind and refused to accept Johua as his disciple. Otherwise, he would be the master of a nascent soul Venerable now. He could do whatever he wanted and would not have to worry about his lifespan. He could just let Reverend Johua use his nascent soul Primeval essence to cleanse his meridians and marrow. Since Senior Duke Red Dragon is so considerate, then come over and let me test you. Reverend Johua smiled faintly. Senior Duke Red Dragon pursed his lips. He thought that with his Golden Core 9th layer cultivation, Reverend Johua would directly let him pass. Who knew that Reverend Johua would not give him any face? Reverend Johua sat high above. If Duke Red Dragon wanted Reverend Johua to test him, he would have to kneel at his feet like everyone else. Thinking back to when he was flaunting his prowess, Reverend Johua was nothing. Even if Reverend Johua knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, he still looked down on him. Now, it seemed that the tables were turning. This Duke Red Dragon is probably filled with regret. Do you think he will kneel? It's hard to say. Duke Red Dragon is a very prideful person. No one has ever made him kneel. Many cultivators showed strange smiles as they pointed at Red Dragon Duke. Many of them thought that Red Dragon Duke would choose to leave instead of kneeling. After all, Reverend Johua had almost become his disciple. It was not right for him to kneel to his disciple. Yes, Venerable. What everyone did not expect was that Duke Red Dragon was a flexible person. He directly walked to Reverend Johua and knelt down. He knelt in front of his disciple without any dignity. Reverend Johua smiled and pressed his hand on Duke Red Dragon's head. Golden light enveloped Duke Red Dragon's body. He then shook his head regretfully. Duke Red Dragon, it's a pity that your body does not meet the requirements for marrow cleansing. Reverend Johua did not want to accept Duke Red Dragon. There was an uproar below the stage. Duke Red Dragon had once rejected Johua. Now, Reverend Johua actually rejected Duke Red Dragon as well. In many people's eyes, this was definitely Reverend Johua's intention. He wanted to embarrass Duke Red Dragon and humiliate him. He wanted Duke Red Dragon to understand how foolish his decision back then was. In fact, even if Reverend Johua rejected Duke Red Dragon, no one would say that Johua was narrow-minded. In front of absolute strength, even if Reverend Johua killed Duke Red Dragon, it would be natural for him to avenge himself. Although Duke Red Dragon was a Golden Core 9th layer cultivator, he was not the only one here. There were a few other Golden Core 9th layer cultivators present. Thus, rejecting Duke Red Dragon was not a big deal. Duke Red Dragon was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "Venerable, what do you mean? I am a Golden Core 9th layer cultivator. Can't I compare to a Golden Core 1st layer junior?" Reverend Johua smiled. "The person I choose must have a tough body. Otherwise, they will not be able to withstand the marrow cleansing. I am not targeting you. It is just that you do not meet the requirements." Duke Red Dragon gritted his teeth. Before he came, he was already prepared to be humiliated by Reverend Johua. However, he had always thought that with his Golden Core 9th layer cultivation, his influence in the cultivation world would be huge. Thus, Reverend Johua would not do anything to him. He did not expect Reverend Johua to reject him so directly and embarrass him in front of so many people. "Lord Venerable, please grant this lowly one's loyalty and allow this lowly one to make up for my past mistakes." Duke Red Dragon kowtowed. If it was any other time, he would have snorted coldly and left. However, he did not have much lifespan left. He only had a few months left. If Reverend Johua had a way to extend his lifespan by 20 years, he would not miss this opportunity. "I am not a heartless person. If you want to talk about the past, Gwura can come to the City Lord's Manor to find me." Next. As if purposely intimidating Duke Red Dragon, Reverend Johua waved his sleeves lightly and Duke Red Dragon was sent off the stage without any resistance. Duke Red Dragon's face was flushed red. Everyone looked at him strangely as if he was a joke. Evidently, life was full of ups and downs. Today, Reverend Johua probably had his own motives for rejecting Duke Red Dragon. However, no one dared to say anything bad about Reverend Johua. Instead, they mocked Duke Red Dragon for failing to recognize Mount Tai back then. Duke Red Dragon did not dare to act up here and quickly disappeared into the crowd. This Reverend Johua does not even want Duke Red Dragon, who is Golden Core 9th layer. Tien Ran said in shock, "Even if he does not meet the requirements, he can still keep Duke Red Dragon. Isn't the status of a 9th heavenly layer Jindan cultivator very high here? Have you forgotten? Duke Red Dragon does not have much lifespan left. If you cannot extend his lifespan, how can Reverend Johua do it? He knows that even if he accepts Duke Red Dragon will die for sure. If Duke Red Dragon dies beside Reverend Johua, everyone will doubt Reverend Johua's ability to extend lifespan. Won't that cause even more people to gossip about him?" Mu Yu said. Other than Duke Red Dragon, Daoist Johua took in the rest of the cultivators at the 8th and 9th heavenly layers of the Golden Core realm. He took in 56 people, which was more than the 49 he planned on taking in. Reverend Johua said that he would screen out 7 more people in the future. Thus, these people who were selected did not relax at all. What is so different about these 50 people? Mu Yu still did not understand. Little Shuai, who had been sleeping, suddenly spoke. Can't you see? Among these 56 people, 4 to 7 have especially strong soul power. Chapter 117. What is the power of the soul? Mu Yu asked. He didn't expect Xiao Shuai, this strange egg, to be able to see the abnormality that they couldn't detect. About the power of the soul, their master had never mentioned it to them before. Tian Ran shook her head. I'm not very clear about it, but I heard from the people in my sect that the people of the Gate of Hell cultivate the power of the soul. Their magic weapons are the souls of the twins. Just think about it and you can see how important the power of the soul is to them. You mean Gui Shenyu is going to kill these people of the Jindan period? Mu Yu asked in horror. Killing so many people of the Jindan period was an earth-shattering event. It's hard to say. We outside don't dare to kill the people of the Moyun mountain range. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The heaven and earth formation will monitor us all the time. Gui Shenyu can't get rid of the restriction of the heaven and earth formation. The people of the Gate of Hell were very evil. Tian Ran didn't know much about them. She didn't know whether extracting a person's power of the soul would kill them or not. Wait for me here. I'll go to the City Lord Mansion to secretly inquire about the situation. Tian Ran said. Mu Yu only had the cultivation of the Jindan period. It was definitely inconvenient to take Mu Yu with her. Tian Ran already had a lot of experience in following Gui Shenyu, so she planned to go alone and see how Gui Shenyu would deal with more than 50 Jindan period cultivators. Mu Yu didn't object, but after Tian Ran left, Mu Yu directly went to the City Lord Mansion with Xiao Shuai in his arms. Although he didn't have the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, he had the ability to control wood. He had already peeped at the nascent soul stage twice. Mu Yu brought a lot of roots this time. He walked around the City Lord Mansion and finally found a willow tree hanging on the wall and entered the City Lord Mansion. In the City Lord's mansion, he did not dare to come out of the trees. He had been moving underground by relying on the roots and grass. Finally, he found out where Reverend Johua lived. When Mu Yu arrived outside Perfected Johua's room, he saw a familiar person in the courtyard. It was actually Duke Red Dragon, who was rejected by Perfected Johua. At this moment, Red Dragon was kneeling outside Reverend Johua's room with a flushed face. Now, he was at the end of his rope. He was a person who was afraid of death. In order to live a little longer, he gave up his dignity and came to beg Reverend Johua to save him. Those chosen by Reverend Johua seemed to have been arranged into another courtyard. According to the servants of the City Lord Mansion, Reverend Johua was resting in this room. If Zhenren Johua was still here, those people during the Jindan period should be safe for the time being. Creak. After some time, Reverend Johua finally opened the door and walked out. When he saw Duke Red Dragon, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Senior Duke Red Dragon, what is the meaning of this grand ceremony? Duke Red Dragon kowtowed and said, Venerable, for the sake of the past, please save this lowly one's life. Now, this lowly one is about to die, but I have yet to take my revenge. I am not willing to die like this. If Venerable can let this lowly one live for a few years, this lowly one will definitely serve Venerable with all my heart and soul. Reverend Johua smiled. Back then, I knelt for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, you have only knelt for an hour. You have a favor to ask of me, you have to give something in return. With his nascent soul cultivation level, Reverend Johua already knew about Duke Red Dragon's current situation. He even knew that Duke Red Dragon was not a real man from the aura he emitted. His spirit energy was clearly too young and had concealed it, but he did not expose him. Duke Red Dragon's face flushed red as he kowtowed again. Venerable, this lowly one was blind back then, please forgive me for offending you. Reverend Johua stroked his beard and said, I am not a petty person, but if you can do something for me, I will naturally help you cleanse your meridians and let you live for a few more years. It is not impossible for me to help you kill Snake Lady and take revenge for you. You can even become a man again. What? Venerable, can you? Duke Red Dragon was stunned. He was killed by the vicious Snake Lady and lost the thing he relied on to become a man. No matter how he searched for so many years, he could not make that thing grow back. The thing he wanted to do the most in this life was to cut Snake Lady into pieces to regain his dignity as a man. But Snake Lady's cultivation level was on par with his. He could not take revenge. Now that he did not have much lifespan left, he came to seek help from Reverend Johua. He did not expect Reverend Johua to say that he could help him become a man again. This was the grace of a new life for him. How could he not go crazy? Venerable, please instruct me, not to mention one thing, even if it is 1,000 things, this lowly one is willing to do it for you. Duke Red Dragon impatiently kowtowed 3 times. Becoming a man again was the most important thing to him. In order to hide the fact that he did not have a manhood, he absorbed the young energy of many men, which was why he had such a masculine appearance. You can be considered the oldest cultivator in Moyun Mountain Range. Your understanding of Moyun Mountain Range is probably more thorough than mine. When I wanted to take you as my master, you were mumbling about the eerie ghost energy. What did that mean? Reverend Johua asked. Duke Red Dragon's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and asked, "Why does Venerable want to know this?" Reverend Johua snorted, causing Duke Red Dragon to suffer a heavy blow. He knew that he should not have asked this. He quickly said, "Venerable, the eerie ghost energy that this lowly one was mumbling about was a ghost island in Eastern Sea. It is said that there were resentful spirits buried there during the ancient war between humans and demons. When I was young, I went there once with 2 other people, but before we even got close, a terrifying aura killed my 2 companions. If I hadn't been delayed by some matters, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return alive." Duke Red Dragon recalled his experience and shuddered. Fear appeared on his face. It seemed that this ghost island had left a huge shadow in his heart. He continued, "I won't hide it from Venerable, that aura is more than 100 times stronger than Lord's aura." Saying this, he secretly glanced at Reverend Johua's expression, afraid that he would get angry. Reverend Johua did not say anything. He nodded thoughtfully. "He is right, there is such a place in Moyun Mountain Range. I remember that the ghost energy came from you. Tell me more details." Duke Red Dragon knew that if this matter could please Reverend Johua, his matter would be settled. He did not dare to hide anything and said, "This lowly one obtained this information from a stone tablet that was passed down for 1,000 years. Back then, it was the first time we heard of this place. We went to Eastern Sea to investigate it out of curiosity. At that time, we followed the stone tablet's records and floated along the cold current. We drifted southeast for 5 days and 5 nights before we found a black reef. This black reef was very strange. When we stood on it, there was a huge fog around us. Then, a red island appeared in the fog. We could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. But the island was glowing with treasure light. We guessed that it was a treasure left behind by a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. We flew towards the ghost island on our swords. At that time, because I had drifted for a few days and was not used to life on the sea, I stayed on the black reef for a while. It was this time that saved me. Before my 2 companions even got close to the ghost island, a terrifying aura spread out from the ghost island. The 2 of them suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. That roar didn't sound like a human's at all. It felt like it came from the depths of hell. I was scared out of my wits. Their bodies seemed to have been twisted into a fried dough twist, and then directly exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The sky was filled with blood mist. They did not fall into the sea. They were directly absorbed by the ghost island. Even Duke Red Dragon, a powerful expert of the Jindan period, paled in fright when he recalled the past. The scene of the past was still vivid in his mind. The tragic deaths of his companions still gave him nightmares. After I came back, I destroyed the stone tablet with my own hands, so I'm the only one who knows about this matter. At that time, I was very hot-tempered. It was then that I rejected. Duke Red Dragon suddenly stopped talking. His expression was a little awkward. "That was when you rejected me as your disciple, right?" Perfected Johua revealed a smile. Duke Red Dragon kowtowed. Venerable, please forgive me, if not for that matter, I would have taught you everything I know. All right, if I had taken you as my master back then, I might not be who I am today. Do you still remember where this ghost island is? Perfected Johua asked. Back then, I went to the ghost island according to the method recorded on the stone tablet. Although I destroyed the stone tablet, I still remember the specific route. Duke Red Dragon said. Perfected Johua walked to the stone chair in the courtyard and sat down, saying, What I want you to do is very simple, bring me to this place. Venerable, you really want to go? Duke Red Dragon wanted to say that even Perfected Johua would not be able to withstand that aura, but he was afraid that if he said that, Perfected Johua would feel displeased. Furthermore, he did not want to go to such a place now. With his cultivation, he would only die. Coincidentally, I lack a capable servant. You can follow me from now on. I know that your greatest weakness is that you are afraid of death. You are also afraid of others knowing that you are not a man. I have a life prolongation pill. It can let you live for 2 more years, and an intermittent grass. Maybe it can reconnect your thing. I don't like someone who is neither a man nor a woman following me. As long as you help me, all of these will be yours. Even this woman will be yours. Perfected Johua waved his hand. A yellow pill and a black herb appeared on the table. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A figure fell heavily to the ground. Duke Red Dragon looked. It was his wife and enemy, Snake Lady Jade. I have already crippled her cultivation. It is up to you now. Perfected Johua said. Duke Red Dragon's face was filled with joy. Looking at the dying Snake Lady Jade, his gaze revealed a trace of viciousness. To be able to take revenge without any effort, become a man again, and live for 2 more years, how could he reject such a great opportunity? He kowtowed 3 times to Perfected Johua. This lowly one will serve Venerable from now on. I will be at your beck and call. All right, go and settle these matters. Perfected Johua said. Duke Red Dragon quickly stood up, bringing the pills and herbs as well as Snake Lady Jade out. It was all thanks to Green Snake Granny's venomous heart that she still kept that thing intact so that she could provoke Red Dragon Duke every time they met. As for what kind of deep hatred there was between them, perhaps only they knew. At this time, eerie ghost chi suddenly swept over. Mu Yu, who was in the forest, felt that the trees he was resting on had all withered. A figure shrouded in black ghost chi appeared in front of Perfected Johua. This figure was filled with ghost chi. He could not tell if it was a man or a woman, nor did he know what it looked like, but the aura on its body was 100 times stronger than Perfected Johua. It was probably similar to the red-clothed youth. Mu Yu did not need to think to know that this person was the Gui Shenyu that Tianran mentioned. Chapter 118. Mu Yu did not expect Gui Shenyu to be the son of Perfected Johua. He thought that Perfected Johua was the same as Qingsong Taoist, forced to take the slave pill and was just a puppet of the gate of hell. But things were out of his expectations. When did Perfected Johua have such a powerful son? Shenyu, this Duke Red Dragon is not simple. He is the oldest person in Moyun Mountain Range and knows more about Moyun Mountain Range than I do. He will be of help to your plan. If not for the restriction of immortal confinement prison, I'm afraid his talent would have surpassed mine. There's a reason why I wanted to take him as my master when I was young. He's a rare talent. He's ruthless and decisive, and his cultivation base isn't inferior to mine in the past. Of course I have to win him over, Daoist Johua said slowly as he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Unfortunately, I only have 1 slave pill. This slave pill is for Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Gui Xuanyue's voice was very cold. When Mu Yu heard about the slave pill, he was furious. He knew what it meant to take a slave pill. Just think about Qingsong Taoist. After the high and mighty Qingsong Taoist took the slave pill, he became a servile servant. He had no dignity in front of the red-clothed youth. Mu Yu was absolutely unwilling to see his master kneeling at Gui Xuanyue's feet like Qingsong Taoist. It's fine. His biggest weakness is that he is afraid of death. He will never break through to nascent soul stage. As long as I grasp this point, he will work for me wholeheartedly. I gave him the life prolongation pill and intermittence grass, and I even helped him kill his enemy. With my understanding of him, he'll naturally be grateful to me, and we still need him to find the Ghost Island. Daoist Johua took a sip of tea. Whatever father says, Gui Shenyu said coldly. Even in front of his father, his voice was still emotionless. Back then, it was fortunate that you were taken in as a disciple by the Ghost Lord and brought out of the Moyun mountain range. Now that you've returned, it's already very good. Since you want to find Jen Ying and Chen Feng, how about we go to Ghost Island? Daoist Johua said. Could one find Jen Ying and Chen Feng on Ghost Island? Mu Yu was puzzled. His master was only in the Jindan period. Why would he go to a place like the Ghost Island? No, Jen Ying Chen Feng is not on Ghost Island. The Ghost Island is the graveyard of the demon race. It is too dangerous for us to go there. We need my master to go there himself. However, my master's cultivation level is already above the nascent soul stage, so he can't enter the Moyun mountain range. Therefore, he asked me to control Jen Ying and Chen Feng as soon as possible so that Jen Ying and Chen Feng can remove the restrictions of the Moyun mountain range on those above the nascent soul stage. Of course, the million souls in the Moyun mountain range are also essential, Gui Shenyu said slowly. It seemed that Gui Shenyu came to the Moyun mountain range not only for the million souls in the Moyun mountain range, but also to let his master, the Ghost Lord, go to the so-called Ghost Island of the demon race? I didn't expect that the most despised sect leader of the Moyun mountain range would have such great ability. I even mocked him in front of him. Fortunately, his cultivation level has fallen to the Jindan period, so he won't be a threat to us, Daoist Johua said, shaking his head. When they were in Qingsong school, Daoist Johua had been mocking the disciples of the Luochen sect for being unorthodox. Now that he thought about it, how could a disciple taught by Jen Ying and Chen Feng be so simple? The Moyun mountain range is not as simple as we think. It is not only Yu Meng's territory, but also the territory of the demon race 1,000 years ago. My master said that there are still many secrets hidden here, but I don't know the specifics. People from the outside world have been eyeing this place covetously. However, due to the existence of the immortal confining prison, they haven't been able to come here. There were secrets hidden in the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu felt that everything was getting more and more inconceivable. What secrets were hidden in the Moyun mountain range, a backward place with poor spiritual energy and a backward cultivation civilization? The people from the Gate of Hell didn't just come for the souls in the Moyun mountain range, but also for the so-called Ghost Island. Gui Xuanyue's master's cultivation level was above the nascent soul stage. Didn't that mean that he was at the out-of-body stage? Then how are you going to find Jen Ying and Chen Feng? Gui Shenyu smiled slyly. Naturally, I'll use the secret method of the Gate of Hell. Jen Ying and Chen Feng are very powerful, so it's basically impossible to find him. I'll use the soul-seeking ghost formation to find him. The minimum requirement for the soul-seeking ghost formation is to be in the Jindan period, and these souls must be related to him. Are you talking about the 56 people I collected today? What do they have to do with Jen Ying and Chen Feng? Daoist Johua was puzzled. Jen Ying and Chen Feng control the lives of all the people in the Moyun mountain range. Everyone in the Moyun mountain range is related to him. Among the 56 people in the Jindan period, only 47 of them meet the requirements. I still need 2 more. And when the time comes, I'll need your help because I can't kill them, Gui Shenyu said. How are you going to deal with the Qingsong Taoist? Daoist Johua asked. Gui Shenyu sneered. The Qingsong Taoist is now a puppet. Don't worry about him. Hurry up and help me find the rest of the people. Give me a few more days. I'll help you find all the people. Daoist Johua's eyes flashed with a strange light. Gui Xuanyue's figure disappeared in the strange black gas. Mu Yu continued to follow Daoist Johua for a while, but found that Daoist Johua didn't do anything else, so he could only return to the inn. He waited at the entrance of the inn for a while, and Tian Ran also ran back with a serious face. How's the situation? Mu Yu pretended to be ignorant and asked. When he was hiding in the trees, he didn't know where this girl was. He couldn't directly say that he used the trees as a cover to spy on Gui Shenyu. Tian Ran shook her head and said, "It turns out that this place is even weirder than we thought. Gui Shenyu is not only looking for your master, he's also looking for some ghost island. Things are getting more and more complicated. Gui Shenyu plans to use the soul-searching ghost formation to find your master. I heard that it's a very evil secret technique, but it's very effective. No wonder he's looking for so many people with strong soul power. Under the soul-searching ghost formation, it's not difficult to find Jian Ying and Chen Feng, who are only in the Jindan period, at the cost of 49 souls in the Jindan period." Mu Yu's heart was slightly relieved. Tian Ran didn't lie to him. This meant that Tian Ran was telling the truth these days. However, at this moment, his heart became even heavier. He didn't know what the soul-searching ghost array was, and even if he asked Tian Ran to explain it, she wouldn't be able to explain it. However, even Tian Ran said that this array could find Jian Ying and Chen Feng's whereabouts. This meant that his master was in danger. The soul-searching ghost formation was extremely vicious. Tian Ran said that if Gui Shenyu used the soul-searching ghost formation, the 49 people would definitely die. Gui Shenyu wanted to use the lives of 49 people to find Jian Ying and Chen Feng. These people's lives were nothing to him. Can you save those 49 people? On one hand, Mu Yu wanted to find his master. On the other hand, he didn't want his master to be found by Gui Shenyu. Those 49 people were probably still daydreaming about having their bodies cleansed with the help of Daoist Zhouhua. They didn't even know that their deaths were coming. I'll use my sect's spells. It's already good enough if I can follow him without being discovered. I rarely fight with others, so I might not be able to beat him. We can only take one step at a time," Tian Ran said with a slightly distressed tone. Mu Yu had no other choice. Right now, only Tian Ran was at nascent soul stage on his side. However, Tian Ran didn't have any confidence in fighting Gui Shenyu. Whether it was the red-clothed youth behind Qingsong Taoist or Gui Shenyu from the Gate of Hell, it wasn't a very optimistic situation for them. This matter was getting more and more troublesome. These 2 days, Tian Ran and Mu Yu had been monitoring Daoist Zhouhua's movements in Yi City. Red Dragon Duke was now hell-bent on working for Daoist Zhouhua. He didn't dare to have any disloyalty, because the life-prolonging pill could only last for 2 years. After 2 years, Red Dragon Duke would still die. Only by continuously obtaining life-prolonging pills could he survive. Thus, Red Dragon Duke didn't dare to disobey Daoist Zhouhua's orders. Daoist Zhouhua asked Red Dragon Duke to find a few Jindan period lone cultivators. With Red Dragon Duke's ability, finding suitable Jindan period cultivators was easy. They had already gathered 49 people. The 49 Golden Core stage cultivators gathered majestically in the City Lord's mansion. The servants of the City Lord's mansion looked at them enviously. Everyone knew that these 49 people would become the core guards of the Zhouhua alliance. They would receive personal guidance from Daoist Zhouhua, cleansing their bodies and extending their lifespans. Little did they know that what awaited them was a path of no return. I will bring you to a place. You will have to cultivate there for a period of time. This process will be very arduous, but only by going through hardships can you shoulder the responsibility. If anyone can't endure the hardships, you can leave now. Daoist Zhouhua said loudly. Red Dragon Duke was also very envious. He was still regretting that he couldn't become one of these 49 people. Daoist Zhouhua clearly told him that he didn't meet the requirements. Red Dragon Duke clearly didn't know that these 49 people would have a tragic end. Venerable, don't worry. We will do our best and won't give up. 49 Jindan period cultivators knelt in front of Daoist Zhouhua with respectful expressions. No one complained. To be able to become a golden core cultivator, everyone had a certain level of talent. They also had a good temperament. In front of such tempting benefits, no one would choose to leave. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They were completely unaware of the impending danger. They were still dreaming that Daoist Johua would personally cleanse their meridians. A trace of cruelty flashed in Daoist Johua's eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Everyone was enveloped in his golden light and left Yi City with these people. Where are they going? Mu Yu and Tian Ran quietly followed behind this group of people. They weren't heading towards Johua School, but somewhere else. They are definitely going to the tomb. Is there a need to ask? Little Handsome said. How do you know? Mu Yu asked. I always heard you guys talk about the soul extraction ghost formation. This kind of place that borrows the power of the soul must be in a place with dense yin qi. The only place with dense yin qi is the tomb. Little Handsome rubbed against Tian Ran's chest. I didn't expect this strange egg to know so many things, Mu Yu said in surprise. There was a famous place in the Moyun mountain range, and that was the Chaotic Burial Valley. The Chaotic Burial Valley was actually an underground fissure. It was dozens of miles long and 700 to 800 feet wide. No one knew how deep it was. It was said that even cultivators didn't dare to go down to check. There were dead people down there. Every midnight, there would be ghostly wails and howls coming from the Chaotic Burial Valley. It was very scary. There were many villages near the Chaotic Burial Valley. The people in these villages had a custom. After people died, they would dress the dead in the most solemn clothes and throw them into the Chaotic Burial Valley. In their legends, the Chaotic Burial Valley was an underground fissure that led to the reincarnation of hell. The dead could only be reincarnated when they were thrown in. People in some cities would also bring their corpses here and throw them down. This was also a good place for many cultivators to destroy corpses. Reverend Johua brought these people to the Chaotic Burial Valley. Although everyone felt that it was very strange, no one asked why Reverend Johua brought them here. To them, they still believed that in the future, under the guidance of Reverend Johua, they would be able to cleanse their meridians and improve their cultivation to the next level. The Chaotic Burial Valley is a place with dense yin qi. I brought you here to see if you can withstand the yin qi here. Cleansing your meridians is even more painful than being eaten by yin qi. If you can't withstand the pain of being eaten by yin qi, then I won't be able to help you cleanse your meridians. Reverend Johua stopped in front of the Chaotic Burial Valley. Everyone stood at the edge of the Chaotic Burial Valley and looked down at the abyss. That place was filled with a grey fog. The bottom couldn't be seen. The chilly wind blew, causing people to involuntarily shiver. Since Daoist Master Johua had said so, everyone became more spirited. Chapter 119. Perfected Johua had everyone sit cross-legged at the edge of Chaotic Burial Valley to meditate and cultivate. A place filled with yin qi was not a suitable place for cultivation. The cold qi was corroding everyone's body, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Although these 49 people were in the Jindan period, they did not like this feeling. However, no one had any objections. Since this was a test, they could only comply. In order to cleanse their muscles and extend their lifespan, this cold qi was nothing. Everyone used their spirit energy to resist the bone-chilling yin qi. Gusts of yin wind blew from Chaotic Burial Valley. The 49 Jindan period cultivators were still dreaming of cleansing their muscles and marrow, but they did not know that the Grim Reaper was holding a scythe and waiting for orders in Chaotic Burial Valley. Is there anything we can do? Mu Yu asked softly. He really did not want to see so many people die here. They were all deceived by Perfected Johua's words, not knowing that they were just tools. Tian Ran shook her head. Do you think those people will believe us or Perfected Johua's words? Mu Yu sighed. Tian Ran was right. He did not have any evidence to prove that Perfected Johua wanted to take these people's lives. If he jumped out and shouted for them to run, these people would not do anything. They believed that Perfected Johua would cleanse their muscles and marrow to extend their lifespan. They would only look at Mu Yu as if he was an idiot. If they were accidentally caught by Gui Shenyu, it would be even more troublesome. Go guard the surroundings. Do not let anyone come here. Perfected Johua said to Duke Red Dragon. Yes, Master. Duke Red Dragon nodded respectfully. His complexion was rosier now, The masculine aura that he deliberately gathered had lessened, but at least it was not as obtrusive. The intermittent grass seemed to have turned him back into a normal man. He was extremely grateful to perfected Johua and did not dare to be disloyal. These 49 people had already entered a meditative state, wholeheartedly resisting the corrosion of the yin qi. Perfected Johua floated in the air and sneered, knowing that the time had come. He waved his hand, and a crystal-clear thick white needle suddenly appeared on top of everyone's head. This needle was about the size of a person's index finger. At the end of the needle was a small black skull. In the eye sockets of the skull, 2 faint green lights flickered, constantly pulsating. The body of the needle was engraved with strange Tao patterns. From time to time, a gloomy grey light would streak across. Soul-suppressing nail. This is one of the gate of hell's most terrifying methods. It is specially used to extract other people's souls. Tien Rant's complexion turned ugly. She recognized this, the gate of hell's magical weapon. Just as Mu Yu was about to ask how the soul-suppressing nail worked, Reverend Johua had already told him through his actions. Reverend Johua's hand formed a complicated seal. A black light shot out from his hand and divided into 49 rays of light, respectively entering the soul-suppressing nail. The faint light in the eye sockets of the 49 soul-suppressing nail suddenly turned dark red. The raging ghost fire had already burned the entire soul-suppressing nail. Then, the soul-suppressing nail suddenly pierced into the Baihui acupoint in the center of everyone's head. Reverend Johua's move was extremely fast. With his nascent soul stage cultivation, these people of the Jindan period had no room to react. When the finger-long soul-suppressing nail completely pierced into their heads, everyone's body suddenly shook. Then, all of them suddenly opened their eyes wide. A heart-wrenching pain seemed to spread from their souls and engulfed their entire body. Many of them revealed frightened expressions. Their faces twisted in pain. They wanted to roar, but they couldn't. The soul-suppressing nail seemed to be choking their throats, not giving them a chance to speak. Then, the 49 people's eyes became sluggish. Their vitality gradually flowed out of their bodies. Their eyes were slowly covered by a layer of white film. In the blink of an eye, the 49 Jindan period cultivators died along with the resentful souls in the chaotic burial valley. Nobody thought that the last thing they saw before their death would be the chaotic burial valley. Even more so, they didn't think that they would lose their lives without any resistance. In the hands of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it was impossible for them to resist even if they wanted to. The dark red ghost fire began to burn everyone's head. Then, it spread to their entire body. After burning for about a quarter of an hour, everyone's body was completely burned by the dark red ghost fire. They turned into black ashes and were blown into the chaotic burial valley by the chilly wind. The 49 Jindan period cultivators, who were still daydreaming about having their muscles and marrow cleansed, were all killed in an instant. But what made people's hair stand on end was that these people's bodies had been burned to ashes. But when the ashes scattered, there were already 49 transparent figures sitting cross-legged on the ground. These were the souls of the 49 Jindan period cultivators. Their eyes were tightly shut. Their heads were firmly pinned by the soul-suppressing nail, and they were still unable to move. 49 Jindan period cultivators died just like that. Mu Yu clenched his fists. There was nothing he could do about these people's deaths. He could only watch as their lives were taken away by Reverend Johua's strange soul-suppressing nail. They believed Reverend Johua's flowery words and naturally paid the price with their lives. Most of these 49 Jindan period cultivators were famous figures in Moyun mountain range. With their Jindan period cultivation, they were all high-ranking elders in their respective sects. Unfortunately, under the temptation of Reverend Johua, they all became resentful souls at the edge of the chaotic burial valley. Gui Shenyu, whose body was filled with ghost qi, slowly floated up from the bottom of the chaotic burial valley. He said coldly, "Father, leave the rest to me." Reverend Johua nodded and floated to the side, landing beside Duke Red Dragon. Duke Red Dragon's face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at the 49 Jindan period cultivators who were supposed to undergo their muscles and marrow cleansing. Now, they were burned by the ghost fire and only their souls were left. If he still could not understand at this moment, he would have lived for so long in vain. Old master. Duke Red Dragon looked at Gui Shenyu, who came out of the chaotic burial valley in horror. Gui Xuanyue's overwhelming aura shocked him. This was an aura that was even stronger than Reverend Zhouhua's. "He's my son. If it weren't for the fact that I think you're still useful to me, you would have become one of the 49 as well." Enlightened being Zhouhua smiled faintly with a hint of mockery in his voice. Duke Red Dragon quickly knelt at Reverend Zhouhua's feet and kowtowed continuously. His body trembled. He had always been a person who killed without batting an eyelid, but he had never used such a strange method to kill people. He would never have thought that he would almost be killed. Thank you, old master, for not killing me," Duke Red Dragon said luckily. He was a person who was afraid of death. Because of this fear, he became Reverend Zhouhua's servant. It was also because of this fear that when he felt death so close to him for the first time, he felt a chill down his spine. This Reverend Zhouhua actually had such an outstanding son who even reached nascent soul stage. Who in the world were this father and son pair? Duke Red Dragon felt a sharp pain in his heart. If he had taken in Reverend Zhouhua as his disciple back then, he would probably be the senior of these two nascent soul cultivators. He would naturally be able to get whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, he was muddle-headed back then and actually rejected Reverend Zhouhua. Now, he was reduced to being his servant. This was truly a pitiful thing. The marrow cleansing is fake, but the life-prolonging pill is real. I still have dozens of life-prolonging pills here. If you do not disappoint me, these are all yours. If you dare to betray me, then you will become the 50th person. Reverend Zhouhua looked at Gui Shenyu. Gui Shenyu started to pull the 49 soul-suppressing needles. "This old servant does not dare. This old servant will do my best for master. I will do my best even if I have to die 10,000 times." When Duke Red Dragon heard that Reverend Zhouhua still had dozens of life-prolonging pills, he was extremely excited. Reverend Zhouhua was not old to begin with, he was only 60 or 70 years old. Now that he had stepped into nascent soul stage, his lifespan had increased greatly, he naturally did not need these life-prolonging pills. As long as he worked loyally for Reverend Zhouhua, these dozens of life-prolonging pills would definitely be his. One life-prolonging pill could extend one's lifespan by 2 years. Dozens of life-prolonging pills were equivalent to one more life than others. In fact, Duke Red Dragon naturally did not know that the more life-prolonging pills he took, the less lifespan he could extend. Thus, even if he took dozens of life-prolonging pills at once, he would only be able to extend his lifespan by less than 10 years. Gui Shenyu had mentioned this to Reverend Zhouhua before, but why would Reverend Zhouhua tell Duke Red Dragon? The black light emitted by the 49 soul-suppressing nails gathered on Gui Xuanyue's body. Gui Xuanyue's fingers intertwined as streaks of red light flew out from his hand, drawing a huge formation in the air. He waved his hand, the 49 souls were guided by the soul-suppressing nails to all directions of the formation, forming this soul extraction ghost formation in a strange shape. This formation used the 49 souls as the foundation. Suddenly, waves of terrifying yin qi burst out from chaotic burial valley, engulfing every soul. Every soul revealed an expression of unbearable pain. They were no longer transparent, they had turned pitch black, red light was faintly seeping out of their bodies. Gui Shenyu stood in the middle of the soul extraction ghost formation, he became the formation eye of the formation. The 49 souls suddenly let out mournful cries in unison, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at their hearts, the cries were filled with pain and fear. The 49 souls were all twisting, as if they had been fried in a pot of oil, their entire soul began to boil. The resentful souls in chaotic burial valley rushed up, endlessly entering the soul extraction ghost formation. At this moment, Gui Shenyu grabbed a soul, holding it in his hand, he forcefully crushed it. The black fragments dissipated in the mortal world, it had truly become a soul dissipating. With the first, there was a second, the 49 souls continued to explode in Gui Xuanyue's hand. When he crushed the 49th soul, the soul extraction ghost formation suddenly trembled, emitting a dazzling red light, the yin souls in chaotic Burial Valley howled and rushed into the void. After an unknown period of time, Gui Xuanyue's body trembled, the ghost qi around his body suddenly dispersed. Mu Yu and the rest finally saw Gui Xuanyue's true appearance from afar. This was a young man with a face as white as a sheet of paper, about the same age as Bai Liang. He was dressed in black, with strange skulls engraved on his clothes. At this moment, Gui Xuanyue's body was shining with boundless grey light, fusing with the yin qi. His face turned from white to red, his blood vessels bulged, as if they were about to burst. Bang! All the light of the formation suddenly disappeared, all the souls had been destroyed, and the yin qi returned to chaotic Burial Valley. Gui Shenyu suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I finally found you, Sword Shadow Dust Wind." He snorted coldly, took a step forward, and a monstrous ghost qi suddenly enveloped him, disappearing into the soul extraction ghost formation. He found it. Mu Yu's heart trembled. Gui Shenyu actually relied on this strange array to find Master. "Tian Ran, quick!" Mu Yu shouted. Mu Yu turned around abruptly, only to find that Tian Ran had already disappeared. His heart sank. Why did Tian Ran leave? "Little Shuai, where's Tian Ran?" Mu Yu quickly asked. Little Shuai was still floating next to him. It had been in Tian Ran's arms all this time. Little Shuai shook its body. "I don't know. She suddenly disappeared and left me here." Mu Yu had a bad premonition. Gui Shenyu had found his master's whereabouts with this strange soul extraction ghost formation, but at the critical moment, Tian Ran, the only person who could help him, had disappeared. The soul extraction ghost formation was similar to the dragon-seeking formation that Elder Zun had set up. The dragon-seeking formation needed the aura of the person it was searching for as a guide. Did the soul extraction ghost formation need to do the same? How did Gui Shenyu get his master's aura? Other than the disciples of the Falling Dust sect, the only other person who could get Sword Shadow Dust Wind's aura was Tian Ran. Mu Yu suddenly remembered that Tian Ran had always said that Sword Shadow Dust Wind was the person she admired the most, and that she wanted Mu Yu to give some of Sword Shadow Dust Wind's belongings as a souvenir. Could it be that Tian Ran was in cahoots with Gui Shenyu, and she came to Falling Dust Mountain just to trick everyone and get Sword Shadow Dust Wind's clothes? He should have known that he had the ability to control wood and not be discovered by nascent soul cultivators. However, how could Tian Ran, a nascent soul cultivator, follow a nascent soul cultivator who was stronger than her? Unless Tian Ran knew Gui Shenyu and did all this to put on an act for him. Chapter 120. Little Shuai, do you have a way to find Tian Ran or Gui Shenyu? Mu Yu forced himself to calm down. He still couldn't believe that an innocent girl like Tian Ran would be someone from the gate of hell. However, he had to admit that the soul-searching ghost formation was also a formation used to search for people. It probably contained the aura of the person it was searching for. Gui Shenyu had never been to Luochen Mountain. Only Elder Zun, Boyang Daoren, and Tian Ran had the chance to obtain the Sword Shadow Dust Wind clothes. Elder Zun and Boyang Daoren could be trusted. Only Tian Ran, who had an unknown background, was the most suspicious. However, if Tian Ran had already obtained Feng Haochen's clothes, why would she bring Mu Yu to Yi City? This was completely unnecessary. Could it be that she said that she was going to follow Gui Shenyu that day, but in reality, she was secretly giving Feng Haochen's clothes to Gui Shenyu? Why are you looking for them? Little Shuai asked in a daze. Little Shuai, the white-bearded old man gave you the spiritual Qi. Is he good to you? Mu Yu knew that Little Shuai was a little confused. He had to explain it clearly. He is very good to me. I also quite like the white-bearded old man. He won't always throw me around. Little Shuai didn't deny it. He had been complaining that Mu Yu was always rough with him. The white-bearded old man is in danger. Gui Shenyu wants to kill the white-bearded old man. If anything happens to the white-bearded old man, the spiritual energy I will no longer belong to you. Mu Yu quickly said. Little Shuai immediately became anxious and said, No, no. The old man said that the spiritual Qi I was given to me. No one can take it away. Let's hurry up and stop Gui Shenyu from killing the white-bearded old man. Hurry up and hold on to me. I'm going to beat him up. Mu Yu didn't know whether little Shuai was reliable or not, but he had no other choice now. He only had little Shuai by his side. Little Shuai was a very mysterious creature. It seemed to know a lot of things. Perhaps it had some ideas. Mu Yu grabbed Xiao Shuai, and Xiao Shuai suddenly released a powerful spiritual energy. Before Mu Yu could react, he felt a huge force tearing at his body. An irresistible dizziness came over him. He felt as if he was being dragged by someone, and his organs could not keep up with this speed. We're about to enter the soul-searching ghost formation. Cover your ears and don't be distracted by these ghostly wails and howls. Otherwise, your mind will be confused. Xiao Shuai protected Mu Yu with a huge amount of spiritual energy. Mu Yu felt that there were countless black shadows flashing around him. Some even pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws, but they were all blocked by Xiao Shuai. That bastard is there. In his daze, Mu Yu saw a figure shrouded in black fog ahead of him. He seemed to be trying his best to identify the direction. The ghostly shadows would surround him from time to time, but they would be chased away by him. I know where he's going. Hey, be careful. We have to be one step ahead. The spiritual energy around Xiao Shuai's body suddenly exploded like a star in the dark, immediately alarming Gui Shenyu in front of him. Who is it? Gui Shenyu turned his head. He snorted coldly, and the black fog turned into a big hand that went towards Xiao Shuai and Mu Yu. However, Xiao Shuai was not to be outdone. He turned his huge spiritual energy into a sword and scattered the big hand. I'll give you a spiritual energy bomb that I invented. Xiao Shuai's body bulged with another ball of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy kept compressing, and then shot towards Gui Shenyu. Gui Shenyu was just about to destroy this ball of spiritual energy, but who knew that the spiritual energy would suddenly explode, and all the ghostly shadows would be blown into a mess. The whole soul-searching ghost formation kept shaking. Gui Shenyu angrily found that the trace of spiritual energy that he used to track down the sword shadow and dust wind was disrupted. He roared and wanted to catch Xiao Shuai, but Xiao Shuai had already disappeared into the soul-searching ghost formation with Mu Yu. Mu Yu only felt that he was dizzily brought into the darkness, and he did not know where he was going. On the way from Luochen Mountain to Qingshou City, there was a canyon called Dragon Tiger Gorge. This canyon was the territory of the rogue cultivator, Shu Yi. When Mu Yu and Lan Ling were at odds, Mu Yu accidentally entered this canyon and beat up Shu Yi's subordinates. However, Shu Yi did not make things difficult for Mu Yu, and even let Mu Yu go. At this moment, Shu Yi was on a stone platform in the canyon, playing chess with someone. This person was none other than the sect master of the Luochen sect, Feng Haochen, who had been missing for several months. He was also the sword shadow and dust wind that the Gate of Hell and the red-clothed youth were looking for. The disciples of the Luochen sect would probably never have imagined that the master they had been looking for so many days was actually playing chess with someone else in the nearby Dragon Tiger Gorge. He even looked so carefree, as if he did not know that his disciples were frantically looking for him. You're a little absent-minded. Feng Haochen held a white piece and placed it down. The black piece was already in danger, and the outcome of this game was already clear. Your Excellency's chess skills are superb, Shu Yi is convinced. Shu Yi looked at the black and white pieces on the chessboard, and the black pieces were completely defeated. He could only admit defeat. After a while, Shu Yi could not help but say, Your Excellency, there were yin spirits all around just now. I'm sure that the Gate of Hell has already found you. Are you really not worried? Feng Haochen smiled and said, What will come will come. Let nature take its course. Feng Haochen was always so calm, as if nothing could disturb his state of mind. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would still calmly enjoy the good fortune of nature. Everyone who looked at Feng Haochen would feel that he was an ordinary person, but when they tried to figure him out, they would feel that they were looking up at a tall mountain, and they could not see through him. Is there anything I can do for your Excellency? Shu Yi asked worriedly. There's no need. It's already good enough that you were able to play chess with me these past few months. Take your people and leave this place. It's not safe here. Feng Haochen put away the chess pieces one by one. The white pieces returned to the white pieces, and the black pieces returned to the black pieces. Everything was in order. Your Excellency, you said that he's an outsider and can't kill me. I can stay and block in front of you. Shu Yi hesitated and said, even if he can't kill you, he'll still severely injure you. Just watch from afar. I haven't seen anyone outside of the Moyun mountain range for a long time. Feng Haochen handed the chess pieces to Shu Yi, who put them into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, he looked at Feng Haochen in awe. He knew that he would not be able to solve the problem even if he stayed. He could only sigh helplessly and leave the stone platform on the cliff. He had already sent his subordinates away, but he was still worried and watched the situation from afar. Feng Haochen stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the stone platform, overlooking the entire Dragon Tiger Gorge. Dragon Tiger Gorge was a good place, but it was also not a simple place. Back then, he had asked Shu Yi to stay here. At that time, Shu Yi was just a cultivator who had been stuck in the foundation establishment stage for many years. With Feng Haochen's help, he stepped into the Jindan period. There was a ripple in the void above the steep stone platform. A white light flashed and drilled out of the ripple. Then, a figure suddenly fell out of the void in a sorry state and fell at Feng Haochen's feet. Feng Haochen looked at the guy who was holding an egg in his arms in surprise. He did not expect that the first person he saw was not someone from the Gate of Hell, but his own disciple, Mu Yu. Mu Yu, why are you here? Feng Haochen pulled Mu Yu up and helped Mu Yu pat off the dust on his body. Mu Yu was a little dizzy and disoriented. He even saw stars and could not find his bearings. When Mu Yu finally recovered, he saw his master whom he had been longing for. He was overjoyed and said, "Ah, it's really master. Weird egg, I love you to death. Come, give me a kiss." Mu Yu grabbed little Shuai and gave it a big kiss. Then, he heartlessly threw it away. Mu Yu hugged Feng Haochen excitedly. He did not expect little Shuai to be so efficient at such a crucial moment. Its speed of running was even faster than an original infant stage cultivator. Along the way, little Shuai kept saying that he had already seen through this formation and knew where the old man was. He had relied on the aura of the soul-searching ghost formation to bring Mu Yu to Feng Haochen ahead of time. "Ah, you threw me away again. This is too much." Little Shuai jumped up from the ground and hit the back of Mu Yu's head. "Mu Yu, it's unexpected that you've found this place. Hey, why is this little guy here too?" Feng Haochen patted Mu Yu's head. Then, he patted little Shuai. Whether it was Mu Yu or little Shuai, he did not expect to see them here. "Master, are you all right? Where is this place? Why does it feel so familiar? Why are you here? Have you been abducted? Everyone was so worried about you. Is your body okay?" Mu Yu's eyes reddened as he threw out a series of questions. "It's a long story." Feng Haochen looked at Mu Yu with gratification. Mu Yu had also entered the Jindan period. Although it was a little abnormal, with Mu Yu's talent, it was still acceptable. "Old man, that guy should be here soon. I messed up his aura just now. He will soon stabilize the soul-seeking ghost formation and come here. If he does anything to you, I'll beat him up for you." Little Shuai landed on Feng Haochen's shoulder and shook his but as if he was eager to fight. With little Shuai's words, Mu Yu came to his senses. Now was not the time to reminisce. He quickly said, "Master, let's go. The people from the Gate of Hell are coming. We won't be able to stop them." Just as the sound of Mu Yu's voice faded, the void fluctuated once more as a thin black line was sliced open in the air. After that, this thin line gradually rotated, resembling a strange black vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger as a towering aura gushed forth, causing Mu Yu's heart to sink. Then, a hand suddenly appeared in the vortex. Then, a figure surrounded by ghost aura stepped out. That familiar figure was Gui Shenyu from the Gate of Hell. When Gui Shenyu was using the soul-seeking ghost formation, little Shuai messed up his aura, causing him to be delayed for a while. Little Shuai, this strange egg, completely relied on the consciousness of the soul-seeking ghost formation to teleport him and Mu Yu directly here. Jian Ying, Chen Feng, a true god from the third continent. It's my honor to meet you. Gui Xuanyue's ghost aura dissipated, revealing his true face. His nascent soul stage aura pressed down on Feng Haochen and the others below. He looked at Mu Yu and snorted. I didn't expect to be disturbed by a clown from the Jindan period. How strong is this bastard? What should we do? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,